Good morning. Good morning, everybody. We can start with the session 5, but before the session start, I would like to say some words about our excursion today. So we will start after the lunch. The bus will arrive to the building around 1:30 o'clock, and we have to start at latest at 2 o'clock. Okay? And if you have any from here, of course, here. Yeah. Okay, if you have any questions, please let me know. And I would like to ask Marzena Schmidt to chair the session, the next session, session 5. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. And we start with the keynote paper, Quentin Bourgeois, Networks of Information Decoded Were Real. Yes, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Is that not correct?
No, it's perfect.
It works for me.
New age.
Yeah, and I have a pointer, right? Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. So first off, thanks to the organizers for inviting me. Because we're already in the third day, I think everyone is tired. I think I will try and start right to the heart of the matter. And to start with the question, what is exactly cord-aware? And I think it's a question that we've seen in the previous sessions as well. What is Yamnaya? What is a bell-beaker burial? We've had it in the discussions. And I think all of us share that feeling that there is something there, but what is it exactly? I will argue that cord-aware is an emergent property, and that in the past, cord-aware didn't exist. There wasn't any cord-aware, but what we see is a result of choices people made in the past. And that is emergent. And an emergent property means that it is only visible at a macro scale. And I want to come back to a quote that you made, Volker. I think it was on the first day, and I'm paraphrasing you. But you said that it is very easy to see Yamnaya on a macro scale. If you zoom out, you can see that there's something we can call Yamnaya. But if you start to zoom in, it becomes extremely complicated. And it's very difficult to really say, this is Yamnaya or that is Yamnaya. And we have seen that throughout the sessions, discussions on whether or not these burials are Yamnaya or whatever you want to call them. Bianca also showed a couple of burials that were in between Yamnaya and local style. So we always have these definition problems. Now, I will argue that this is because this system is emergent. And it is only visible at a macro scale. And we can only study it at a macro scale. And that is the second point that I want to raise in my presentation. We need to have new tools to study this on this macro scale. We cannot study and understand cord-aware on the micro scale, on the individual burials. We need to understand it on that macro scale, on this big scale that we see it emerging. For that, I think we need network analysis, we need similarity measures to really develop new tools to study this. And thirdly, I will dive deeper into the chronology of cord-aware and also bell-beaker. So I will slightly say a little bit about bell-beaker as well, where we also need to adopt that thinking on the macro scale. And that has a lot of consequences of how we treat our data and how we engage with our data sets. Now, to my first point, we all know these maps. We've used them. We've created similar maps. We've debated what area should be colored in, what area shouldn't be colored in. There's, I think, 25 different versions of these maps. And we all agree that there is something we can call cord-aware, there's something we can call Yamnaya, and there is something that we can call bell-beaker. But if we dive down into the detail and we compare different regions, different burials with one another, it becomes very complicated to say, okay, this is the boundary of cordware. We accept this as cordware and this not as cordware. I would argue that we need to go back to the basics to understand what it is that we are actually finding. And if we look at the 3rd millennium BC, one of the core things that we find, especially for the cordware, for the bell beaker and Yamnaya, we find burials, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of burials that are structured in a very particular way, and that showed a lot of structured information being shared across them. And I would say that these are material reflections of ideas on death that people in the past had and shared with one another. And that is exactly what we are finding each time we uncover a burial. We find the material reflections of how they treated this individual, what they gave with this individual, and the choices that were being made. And we can recognize that throughout our data set from our excavations. We find these burials and we see traits that we recognize as being cordware. We see traits that we think they share with one another. And all of these are individual choices that were made at a distinct point in time at a burial event where the people from the past chose to incorporate certain practices and chose to not incorporate other practices. And so we are reconstructing those choices that people made and the material reflection that we have of those choices. And this is where I would argue we see cordware emerging as a property out of people constantly renegotiating these stories on death and based on the cultural information that they had available, but also on their choices on how to act on it. So these were choices that they were making based on the information that they had available and choices that they deliberately acted upon or not. And sometimes we have these very strange burials that we simply cannot fit into one of these boxes. If we look at the archaeological records, we've all, of course, since a long time recognized that artifacts are at the heart of the matter. We have pottery, we have flint axes, in the case of cordware, flint axes, flint blades, and the battle axe. That's sort of the core item package that you could identify. There's maybe amber beads could be included here as well. So it's a package. But we also have graves where we have only one item, so it's a polythetic definition that Martin Vuurholt recently recoined. It's also what Mark van der Linde earlier talked about. These items are being included in the burial, but it's not a necessity to include all of these items in one grave. I would also argue that it extends way beyond simply the items that are being included in the burial. It also extends to the funerary architecture. Niels yesterday showed some of the palisaded ditches that are present in Denmark, but we have many examples actually also in the Netherlands and here, as you can see, in Poland as well, where the creation of the funerary architecture shows distinct similarities over very large distances. This is, if we excavate something like this, we have a tendency to recognize it as being cordware. So it's also about the creation of a specific burial place with a specific shape that was present in the landscape and that sometimes may also have been covered with a burial mound. And that marking of an individual in the landscape is again part of this burial practice that we see shared across this 3rd millennium BC. We've also labeled that a step tradition. To what extent it is from the step, that's maybe up for debate. But it is a choice that people made in the past to mark out an individual in the landscape. If we zoom back in on the grave, we can see that the items, the package that's being included in it is often arrayed around the body. This is also work by Carsten Wenting, who also worked on that aspect in his dissertation, that this was probably part of a form of dress. And here you can see unfortunately the corpse silhouette of an individual. Niels already complained about the poor preservation conditions in certain parts of the cordware realm. I sympathize with that. In the Netherlands, we have a similar problem. But one of the things you can see is that the objects are arrayed on the body. So the amber discs are placed probably soon onto clothing on this individual. Here you can see a battle axe. In many regions, it's almost always placed in front of the face, almost as if this individual is ready to use that implement. A flint axe is always placed at the back of the head, so you never see that or rarely see that in front of the face. So again, there's distinct choices being made. The body is arrayed and dressed in these items. And that goes for corduroy, but I would say that also extends to bell beaker to a large extent. And also in this case, 2 flint blades are placed on the pelvis, probably worn around a belt that the individual was also, again, ready to use. So these individuals are dressed in these items, and they are dressed in a particular fashion, and we can reconstruct this particular fashion across the corded ware realm. If we expand those burial practices beyond the landscape and beyond the dressing of the dead, we see that there are also distinct choices being made to orient the individuals towards cardinal directions and to create these gendered distinctions. And that is something that, again, is part of those structured burial elements that we can reconstruct in this sphere. It's also important to emphasize that those strict rules that we can see reconstruct across the corded ware realm actually also apply to multiple graves. We call it the single grave burial ritual, and Martin Vilholt has recently raised that term. But in fact, there's many multiple burials within this sphere as well. And we see that in all of those cases, those information rules still apply. In these examples, it's also highlighted how similar over large distances these graves can be. These are 2 multiple burials, on the left-hand side from Wetzendorf, on the right-hand side from Czernice Górne in Poland. The radiocarbon dates is virtually equal to one another, so they're basically from the same time period, and you see this structured placement of the individuals. Now, if you would zoom in into these graves, you would already see that in this situation, these individuals were buried in a niche burial, which is a very local tradition for Poland. And this individual, if I'm not mistaken, this individual is placed on the right side, but is in fact a female individual, which is sort of is not the norm. So again, here you see that in a local situation, people start to play with this information. But if we would zoom out, we see a broader pattern. And it's in this zooming out that I would argue this is where we see cordware. And on a local level, it's much more difficult to identify on an individual level, say, this grave is cordware, that grave is cordware. And this is where this emergence lies in. This is where we see the emergent properties of cordware at this macro level. We are seeing thousands and thousands and thousands of structured burial events that all capture some element of cultural information. We could call them the building blocks of the stories that these people in the past were trying to tell with the individuals that were buried in those graves. And what we aim to try to do is to reconstruct what building blocks were actually used in the creation of these stories. And are these building blocks the same across the entire cordware sphere, or even to what extent are they shared with the bellbeaker realm? And we try to reconstruct these small bits of information at that time period. And I think that is where we will be able to distinguish what constitutes cordware, rather than an impressionist view that you can have from this level where you just say, oh, this burial is cordware, and look, this one is similar. I think we need to formally study this with hundreds and hundreds of burials to really be able to say, this is what constitutes a practice, a burial practice that is shared across this cordware realm. The problem is, for that, we need different tools. We need tools to study this at the macro level. And that is what I applied for a grant a couple of years ago at the Dutch Science Foundation, and was granted in 2022. And we started to try to reconstruct the transmission of cultural information across Europe in this time frame, 3500 to 2000 BC, using a bottom-up approach where we focus on burial practices. Now, initially, the goal is that we will create a database of 10,000 cordware and bellbeaker burials. When I had to defend this against the committee, they called me a megalomaniac. which may be true, but we're going for it anyway. And we now have already 5,000 cordware and bell beaker burials from the area that we are working in. And we are at the same time developing new tools to study this transmission of cultural information. Now, I already highlighted in the introduction that I think we need to develop new tools. And some of those new tools are network analysis. And this is, by the way, research that we've been developing at Leiden University already for the past couple of years. And this is research by my PhD student, Louise Olerud, who's there in the, back in the room. And she could actually already show that gender in this time period is articulated very differently dependent on what region you are in. So in Denmark, there's the more classical right flex versus left flex definition, but in southern Germany, actually it's all over the place. And you can illustrate that by properties of the network, by showing how the network is arranged against the other network. This is, by the way, something that is a poster outside, so feel free to pester Louise during the coffee break with questions, because I think this is the future of the research. Now, in recent years, this was published last year in a book that was edited by Christian and by Guus. Erik Kroon and I, we already explored these large macro-scale properties by using similarity measures. We compared 1,000 burials with each other and expressed how different or how similar each burial is to all of the other ones. And we created what is called a similarity matrix, and where you could just say grave number 1 in Denmark is very similar to grave number 2 in Denmark, but also very similar to grave number 500 in the Czech Republic. But it's completely dissimilar to grave 225 in Poland. Now, those similarity measures give us an indication of the degree of information sharing across the cordware realm. And if we explore that information sharing across the entire data set, which is the blue line, we can see that virtually 80% of the total similarity across all burials in our data set, so more than 1,000 burials, occurs within 200 kilometers of one another. So that means it's a very local, regional information sharing that we see. So the majority of the burials are similar to burials within 200 kilometers of one another. That's sort of the regional range that we are operating in. What we were actually also able to show, if you look at left-flexed individual, that degree of similarity over distance is up to 90%, which means that the left-flexed individuals in cordware, which are predominantly biologically sexed as female, is a very regional tradition. So the information, the similarity between burials over that distance is very regionally defined within a range of roughly 200 kilometers. If you take the right-flexed individual, which is the red line, actually there's a difference here. You see that there's more than 50% of the similarity, or close to 50%, actually extends beyond 200 kilometers. And that means that all the right-flexed individuals, which are often biologically sexed as male, though not exclusively, share a lot of cultural information across the entirety of the cordware realm. So male burials look very much like all of the other male burials across the entirety of cordware, compared to left-flexed individuals, female individuals, which are much more regionally defined. These are regional styles. And we can explore that simply based on the degree of similarity between individual burials. We can visualize that as well using network analysis. These are left-flexed individuals. You can see here a network representation where each dot is a burial, a left-flexed burial in this situation, and the colors relate to specific regions, and the lines between two nodes indicate the strength of the similarity, the degree of similarity in burial practices shared with each burial. So if the line is red between these two burials, that indicates they share virtually the entire burial practice. And so it's basically the same burial, just a different region. And what this shows is, in fact, if we go back to this one, that the majority of the similarity is within the local region. And so a lot of burials within Bohemia are very similar to one another, or with the neighboring region. So Saxony-Anhalt is just the neighbors next door. And there's a lot of similarity that extends to that. But if you look at the Danish burials, they actually fall outside of that. So they have different burial practices that show up in the archaeological record that do not show up in central Germany or in Bohemia. In the inverse, if you look at right-flexed individuals, note that here the Danish burials are extremely well connected to Saxony-Anhalt, showing that they have a high degree of similarity of cultural information extending over much larger distances compared to the left-flexed individuals. And there's also a high degree of information sharing between the Netherlands, between Schleswig-Holstein, Saxony-Anhalt, and Bohemia. But note also that here, the burials from Moravia actually stand out from this graph. They don't share a lot of similarity with the other graves. And so this is probably an indication that there's something in the sharing of information that doesn't cross a boundary here with Moravia. Whatever that may be, we can then explore that further. But this is a tool to really explore the sharing of cultural information. As I said, at Leiden, we are really developing this network analysis as a tool, and we are also extending that beyond burials, but we also try to use that in pottery. And this is research by my soon-to-be ex-PhD. He's defending the 18th of September, Erik Kroon. He tried to plot the recipes with how you make a cordware pot. And so we all know there's the chaîne opératoire, the ways to make a pot. There's a very distinct way of operating. There's steps you have to take. You have to model the clay, then you have to coil it, and at some point you have to fire it. All of those steps you can represent as a network. Those are steps you need to take to make, ultimately, a pot. What you can do is you can take hundreds of pots, in the top TRB pots, at the bottom cordware pots, and then compare the steps that people took. Essentially, what you're seeing here is a cooking recipe for a TRB pot at the top and a cooking recipe for a cordware pot at the bottom. Now, what this allows us to do is to explore the degrees of difference between cordware pots and TRB pots. And we can explore that using statistics that are being developed by network scientists, where we can explore how different is a cordware pot from pots that are being found in megaliths. And in fact, Eric was able to show that they are, frankly, not that different from TRB pottery. Essentially, a TRB potter or a cordware potter would be able to make each other's pottery. It's only a superficial shine that looks slightly different from one another. And also what note here that the cordware pots are very similar in distance to the megalith inventories compared to TRB late flat graves. So here we see that at the same time when people were burying individuals in TRB flat graves, these are roughly contemporaneous, by the way, potters were making cordware pots, and they were basically using very similar recipes. There are slight differences. We do see that there are introductions in cordware pottery that we do not see in TRB pottery, and that probably relates to technological information that is being brought from outside elsewhere. And what we are now developing, this is, by the way, proof of concept. This, I think we made it Tuesday, where we try to explore the patterns that make up cordware. So we try to explore what is it that makes cordware and how significant are the patterns that we see in relation to all the other burials within the data set. And that is what you can see here on the left. The numbers represent a certain position within the grave. Is it in front of the face, at the back of the head, towards the feet? And we can see that there are certain objects that are always placed in a specific position against the body or in relation to the body. And that is significant over the entire data set. So those patterns are what make up cordware. This is what we see when we study cordware at an emergent level. We are now able, and again, as I said, this is Tuesday, this proof of concept, so please don't read too much in these graphs. They will probably change in the future, but I think this is how we should explore the cordware realm and the burial practices and sharing of burial practices across the cordware space. if you look at all of these artifacts and you split them up between right-flexed and left-flexed in the Czech Republic, you can see that there's similarities across individuals on where certain artifacts are to be placed, in particular pottery in relation to the body, but also that there are certain artifacts that are, of course, the items that like a battle axe, are often showing up in right-flexed individuals, which isn't that surprising, but it shows that the method works, that we can identify these patterns. And we can also explore regional differences. In pink, we have German cordware right-flexed burials, and in blue, we have Danish right-flexed burials. And here we can see that there are regional differences that start to emerge if we explore this, with the absence of vessels, amphora, and also to a certain extent beakers in Danish cordware burials compared to German right-flexed burials where pottery is much more prevalent. But then we also see similarities. Here we see a high degree of overlap between items and where they are supposed to be placed in the burial pit. Now again, don't read too much into these graphs, but it's to show that I think that this is the way forward to explore how cultural information was shared across this space. Now, the third aspect that I want to talk about is chronology, and again, to apply this to this concept that we can only see cordware on a macro level. And we need to be aware of that we must use tools to study radiocarbon dates at that macro level. And I think that is something that we saw a lot of radiocarbon dates the past couple of days. And I think we need to use different tools. The tools have already been developed by the Oxford lab. But we need to use them to study these phenomena at its macro scale. One of the other elements that we did, and I keep saying we, but basically I'm not the one who's collecting the data. It's the PhDs and the students' assistants, so it's really their merit. We collected 964 radiocarbon-dated burial events, and where we were certain about the association between the radiocarbon date and the cultural information that we reconstruct. So we were certain that this is indeed, I think none of us would disagree that that burial would be a cordware burial. That burial would be a bell beaker burial. In total, we collected, I'm going to say this from the top of my head, but I think 550 bell beaker radiocarbon dates and 450 cordware burial dated events. We applied strict chronometric hygiene. So is the association correct? Are we certain that the sample that is being dated dates the burial event? And that is something that we all know in the grey literature. If you explore that, you find the radiocarbon dates. And then it's supposed to date the burial, but it actually comes from a ditch and it's a small piece of charcoal. So that is a poor association. So we went very critically through all of the dated events. And we studied those using what has been called optimal linear estimations to study the emergence and extinction of cordware and bell beaker in certain regions, and also using kernel density estimates to explore the trends within the radiocarbon dates. A couple of words on OLE, optimal linear estimation. So the principle comes from biology, where they want to understand the extinction events of certain species, that at what point in time do they go extinct. And colleagues at my department have actually used it to model the arrival and extinction of Neanderthals in southern France. So they adopted the technology, collaborating with the people who created this method, and it essentially works on the distribution of your population. So if you have a certain observations of the presence of your population, which in our case are radiocarbon dates. And so if we have a radiocarbon date of a cordware burial, we can be fairly certain that at that point in time, cordware was present. You can use the distribution between each individual point to calculate from your last observation and then the distribution of the previous observations when the likely estimated end or emergence, we can flip the mathematics around, when the end or emergence of this observation would happen. If all of the observations are very close to one another in time, then the OLE will give a very short range, because these are all of the last observations. They're very close to one another. So you're very certain that these are, or the likelihood that these are observations that are close to one another, and this is very close to the end, that is modeled in this way. But if there's a large distance between your radiocarbon dates, it probably means that you have very ephemeral population that you pick once every century, and then at some point it might go extinct or it might emerge. So you have a much longer tail in your OLE calculation. And so in this way, you use the information of your population to calculate the emergence and the extinction of a certain event, rather than going for just the last date and then saying, hey, this is the last moment when we saw that. Because one of the problems that we have with radiocarbon dating, if you take enough radiocarbon dates, at some point, if you have 100 radiocarbon dates, you actually have 4 or 5 radiocarbon dates that are 3 standard deviations older or younger than what you expect. And we tend to work with 2 standard deviations. So if you radiocarbon date a single date and you plot it, there's a likelihood that the radiocarbon date that dates really at the extent of the phenomenon you're researching should actually be younger, or the probability that it is younger is greater. I think that's the right formulation here. And so there's a greater probability that this radiocarbon date, if you take all of these observations into account, should be slightly younger. And you can model that for all of these radiocarbon dates and create these kernel density estimates. There's other methods. You could use some probability distributions, but kernel density estimates are actually better suited to study extinction and emergence events. They're less influenced by the calibration curve. And this allows us to explore to what extent there is a probability that a certain radiocarbon date will fall within a certain range. So there's a higher probability in central Germany that around 2500, if you find a quarter-ware burial, the probability that it will date in this range is much greater than it will date in this range. And both of these pieces of information we've now used to create a detailed chronology of quarter-ware and Bellbeaker to explore at what points in time does quarter-ware and Bellbeaker emerge and at what times does it go extinct. Now, again, this is, we have prepared a manuscript for this. We are very close to submitting it. But some of the results I can already show here. If you explore the oldest, the emergence of quarter-ware at the top and Bellbeaker at the bottom, you can already see some of the patterns that we start to see in our data set. First off, in quarter-ware, we see multiple potential origin sources, where we can see that at multiple points in Bohemia, in central Germany, but also in the Baltics, virtually at the same time we see the emergence of quarter-ware, and then there's a very rapid expansion within just a couple of centuries of quarter-ware towards the west, the south, but at a later stage towards the east. And so the eastern expansion of quarter-ware appears to be later. If we would look at Bellbeaker, we see the oldest radiocarbon dates centering around the Pyrenees. This is the location where we have the oldest radiocarbon dates. And then fairly quickly, and also note the temporal distance between the first expansion of quarter-ware and the first arrival of the first sightings of Bellbeaker burials around the Pyrenees is very close in time to one another, within, let's say, a century of one another. But then very quickly, we see Bellbeaker already popping up in Bohemia. We see Bellbeaker popping up in different regions in France. Notably, along the Rhine, there's a couple of very early burials of Bellbeaker as well. One of the things that we did, and I'm actually also curious about feedback on that, so we explored the arrival of the cultural information of quarter-ware and Bellbeaker, and we tested that against the arrival of steppe ancestry as it was modeled in the recent paper by Allentoft and the Copenhagen colleagues to see if they match up. If there's the same pattern we see in the spread of steppe ancestry and the same pattern we see in the spread of cultural information. And one of the things that we see, if we compare those methods, if we compare those data sets, we actually can see that there is certain areas where it does seem to match up. So the green line, sorry, I should explain this. The green line is what the cultural information shows. The red line is what the steppe ancestry shows in the Allentoft 2024 paper, and this is Fernando Racimo's paper from 2020, where they calculated the arrival of steppe ancestry based on the model that they had. One of the things we can see is that there's a notable time lag between the arrival of steppe ancestry versus the arrival of the cultural information. And this is also brought out by the fact that we see very early here the Kordogware burial ritual, but quite late in the East. And we can compare that for the entire map. So we did some statistics to compare our results with the results from the genetic model, and there's no correlation between these two. The spread of steppe ancestry does not correlate to, or the spread of steppe ancestry as modeled in this paper does not correspond to what we see with the radiocarbon dates. Now, this, of course, was already discussed previously in the Olalde paper, where the arrival of steppe ancestry does not always correspond to the arrival of Belbeker burials. But the map that I just showed, this map, doesn't really look at the population level. So that's one thing we still need to explore. To what extent does this pattern correspond to the overall distribution of Kordogware dates that we can reconstruct in a given region? For that, we created a ridgeline plot of Kordogware kernel density estimates of distinct regions. So here we see the Eastern Baltics, Bohemian Basin, etc. And in green, we have the emergence date, so the OLE calculation of the earliest potential arrival, the probability that the earliest Kordogware burial should be located at, is in green, and the latest potential sighting of Kordogware in red, so the extinction of Kordogware. One of the things that we can observe is what we call a fast polyfocal spread. So if we look at Kordogware, it spreads very rapidly within a couple of generations of one another across large parts of Western Europe. The earliest radiocarbon dates we would model in the Bohemian Basin, in the Eastern Baltics. Those are the oldest that we have, but very quickly afterwards we have in the central German uplands, the Main-Danube region, northwest and northeast European plain. That's already around, let's say, 2850 BC. The second expansion of Kordogware towards the east only occurs around 2700 BC, at least according to the way that we modeled it. And you can see that with the emergence dates for many of these regions only occur after or around 2700, 2750 BC. So there's a time lag between the spread of Kordogware towards the east, and we see it emerging earlier in the west. But what this also shows is that the main body of Kordogware radiocarbon dates emerges around 2600, 2400 BC. That virtually the majority of radiocarbon dates that we have fall within that narrow window of 2 centuries. And that's just a probability that if you find a radiocarbon date and if you find a Kordogware burial, you radiocarbon date it, you will very likely hit this group of dates. That indicates that across Europe, around 2500, 2600 BC, there must be some change that all of a sudden we see Kordogware. We see Kordogware spreading everywhere, and in the period before that, Kordogware was already present, but not very dominant at that time yet. So if we look at or at least the probability that we have Kordogware in these regions are very low, and probably indicates also something about the structure and the nature of Kordogware society at that time. If we look at the final point here, the extinction of Kordogware and also the kernel density estimates of Kordogware clearly indicates a persistence of Kordogware in many regions across Europe until roughly 2000 BC. There are certain regions where Kordogware does seem to end fairly abruptly, and I'll explore some of those later, but there is still a persistence of Kordogware burial traditions way until 2000 BC. And then from 2000 BC, it seems to abruptly end. Now, I promised to also say something about Belbeker. If we explore the same patterns within the Belbeker kernel density estimates and the OLE estimates, we can see that Belbeker arrives in the Pyrenees around 2700, 2800, 2900 BC. There's still a lot of uncertainty here because we don't have that many dates. Therefore, also the OLE estimate is much broader. So the estimate is about 3 centuries in terms of the emergence. But nevertheless, it must fall somewhere in the first half of the 3rd millennium BC, and probably even well before 2700 BC. Then, secondly, we see the first bell beaker burials arriving in the Seine-Loire river basins, also on the western Iberian Peninsula, the Upper Rhine and Main-Danube area. That's also where we see a lot of the early bell beaker burials arriving as well. And then thirdly, we see a broader extent around 2500 BC. By the way, I forgot to mention, one of the interesting things that we observe with these early bell beaker individuals, the early bell beaker burial rituals, is that these are individuals where we already see the semi-flexed position. We see the artifacts that are associated with the burials being typical bell beaker, but we do not yet necessarily see the gendered opposition. That gendered opposition does only seem to appear around the Upper Rhine and Main-Danube region, which I think aligns quite well with what Volker said earlier. One of the other aspects that we see as well is that the broader extent of cordware, so the full emergence of cordware only sees, bell beaker. The full emergence of bell beaker only happens around 2500, 2400 BC. That's when we see it in Britain, that's when we see it in parts of Eastern Europe as well. And so that is sort of more the classical picture that we would expect from the spread of bell beaker. Again, we see the main body of radiocarbon dates around 2400, 2200 BC. So that is, again, a time period where all of a sudden we see a shift potentially in the society as well, where many people start to bury in a bell beaker fashion compared to a cordware fashion before that. And finally, again, we see an end of the bell beaker burial ritual around 2000 BC. It should be noted that in certain regions, people have also argued for a persistence of bell beaker, but it changes into a different burial ritual. In the Netherlands, we call it barbed wire burials. In the UK, they have food vessels, or in other regions, they have different names like proto-agnetites or something like that. That is something that happens in this time period. We also think that the end of both cordware and bell beaker seems to coincide, and it's probably related to a more fundamental change on a European scale, probably related to the introduction of tin bronze, where trade networks change fundamentally around that time, and probably with that change into tin bronze, we would also see a change in ideology within the societies. But that's a different matter. Finally, and this is the last slide I want to show on this chronology, I also want to highlight, if we look at the kernel density estimates for cordware and bell beaker and look at the intersection of these kernel density estimates, we see that there's a long persistence or a high probability of coexistence of bell beaker communities with cordware communities. And that might extend to multiple centuries, even half a millennium in some cases in the central German uplands, where these people were basically living next door to one another. And there's also archaeological evidence to back that up. We have actually multiple graves where we have both cordware and bell beaker pottery in the same burial pit. That has always been placed at somewhere the transition period, but it's probably part of a longer, broader coexistence of bell beaker and cordware. Note, by the way, that the Dutch model still holds for the Netherlands. This is the Dutch model from the 1970s, where cordware is succeeded by bell beaker. That still seems to hold true, but it doesn't hold true for large other parts of Europe. So those are the slides that I wanted to emphasize. I'm happy to discuss the chronology aspects and also the methodological aspects that I will introduce earlier. But I think the key point here is that emergent properties that constitutes cordware is something that should only be analyzed at this higher level. We cannot analyze cordware, we cannot analyze Yamnaya or bell beaker at the individual site level because it is not present there. It's only something that we see at the emergent level, at the macro scale level, and therefore we need these tools to study this exchange of information at that level. Thank you.
Many thanks for a very inspiring talk. And we have, yes, we have time for 1-2 questions.
Okay. Very short. Just a comment. You made a statement that the arrival of steppe ancestry was not correlated with the arrival of the cultural packages. And you showed a graph of that. And that's a fact. But another way of saying that, which is perhaps more helpful and leads to greater understanding, is that the arrival of steppe ancestry is earlier than the arrival of the cultural package. That's the relationship. And this conforms with the predictions of migration theory. There are always, in all long-distance migrations, there are scouts or initial migrants who initially find the locations, and then the great stream follows them. So in fact, that conforms to a prediction of migration theory, and it's not an anomaly so much as it is a predictable pattern. That's just my comment.
If I can react to that, I think I fully agree with the way you said, and I think I tried to phrase it, I'm not sure if I managed to phrase it, is that this is indeed a prediction of the arrival of steppe ancestry compared to the spread of the cultural information. And so it's also the model is what the Copenhagen team developed. That gives a certain prediction date, and there's a time lag between them. But that also means that the spread of steppe ancestry should also be looked for in global amphora culture, in preceding cultures. And I think yesterday we all already heard a lot of statements that there is something going on there. And if you look at the temporality between cordware and global amphora culture that Marjena yesterday presented already, there's a distinct overlap potential here, where you have in the eastern parts of the global amphora culture distribution, these might be coexisting with the individuals that are already present in Bohemia. So, and I think this is where we should look at this intersection.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Quentin. Very impressive work. So you, I guess your argument is that we have these macro scale phenomena, and in order to understand them, we need to address them at the macro scale. And that's, of course, that's a strategic choice. There could be other strategies as well. But okay, accepting that strategy, I also fully follow your argument why we should see this as an emergent phenomenon. All the same, I'm a little curious as to I have 2 questions, or perhaps 2 variants of the same. What would count as a non-emergent phenomenon in what we look at archaeologically? Or, and that's the other variant, at which level does this cease to be emergent and transition into something else? Of course, I'm not expecting you to give some sort of number, but thinking of geographical scales or even temporal scales, it does matter that we consider this, because the epistemological status of the information that we are addressing, could be very different. But a conceptualization of what it is we're looking at. So just what are your thoughts on that?
I think so. I cannot give a number, but I think to a certain extent, virtually everything we find is emergent, because there's also a time lag to consider, as you rightly mentioned. If we find 2 graves, they can be temporally separate for 2 or 3 generations, which already extends beyond direct contact, which already extends beyond like this more local phenomenon. It's not to say that we cannot study those, that those cannot be interesting. Like individual mobility patterns, we can definitely reconstruct. But if you zoom out, and what constitutes cordware, what is Bellbeaker, what is Yamnaya, that is only visible at the emergent level, because there was not a cordware in the past. There was not a Bellbeaker in the past.
I just want to follow up on that. The only way we can understand this, and we haven't talked about, is to talk about society, is to talk about social institutions, social organization. We haven't touched upon it yet, but it's there. Burials and the burial ritual is a social institution and one of the most important in any society. It tells you about shared religion. It tells you about shared social institutions. When someone dies, you have to pass the property of that individual on to the next generation. It's fundamental. What it shows us here, this shared ritual, is that the whole Cordeware shared a religion. It shared a social tradition about property and how you pass it on, linked to individuals.
I think, to a certain extent, I agree with your comment. I think there's, to a certain extent, because I think if you would look at all of the burials, to what extent is religion always playing a role in that? Can we reconstruct that? Does it matter that this is part of a religion? What we're seeing is pattern behavior. Pattern behavior can also come about basically from whatever thing that humans start to do. The way we approach roundabouts is emergent. And there's no distinct rules to approach a roundabout, but basically everyone starts to adopt what everyone else is doing. There does not need to be a religion behind it. Now, I do agree that if you look at Cordeware, there are distinct elements like the gendered opposition of individuals, the orientation of the burials, some of the artifacts that are represented in there do show elements that I'm confident are part of a religion, but not everything that we see in those burial patterns.
And the last question?
Thank you very much. Let's talk about chronology. Can you go back to your slide, please?
Which one?
Cordeware. We start with Cordeware. Yes, this one. No, the map before. This is Spellbeaker.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Yeah, this one. Okay. Up there, northeastern Europe reservoir, freshwater reservoir effect. We have in Finland at least a new paper and early dates, and they are clearly as early as they are because of freshwater reservoir effect. The same is likely true in the eastern Baltic region. There is early Cordeware there, but again, freshwater reservoir effect. Okay, that's why this map is a little bit misleading when it comes to northeastern Europe, but generally I think this one is okay. With the Belbigers down there, we have even more problems. Because this is only showing up the burials, we have settlements all across the west and the south of the Belbiger realm, and particularly here in the very west of the Iberian Peninsula, we seem to have settlement sites and C14 dates that belong to settlement sites that are much early. Also as early as that part here. While this part is problematic from my point of view, because we have grottos and megaliths and earlier occupations as well, and Belbiger individuals being posited on top of those, but intermixed to some extent. So which C14 date refers to which burial is always the question in that part of Europe. And then, again, settlements. We have a lot of early settlements also on the Iberian Peninsula. And I think, Alfredo, you have also, Alfredo Medeiros, you have also early dates now from Valencina de la Concepción that actually would fit as early as this part here. So, some problems are still existing.
Of course. Maybe your first point on the reservoir effect. There's a recent paper that came out from your group where you explored the reservoir effect in those individuals and showed that they had a terrestrial diet. So there doesn't seem to be a reservoir effect. So indeed, those do seem to be that early. We cannot rule out a reservoir effect across the entire data set. We don't have the data. Not everyone publishes their values for the reservoir effect, where we can see if there's a reservoir effect. So that is one problem that we have to deal with. About the Iberian Peninsula, so we only look at burials. And that is a distinct difference that I think we should look at those burials. Settlements is a completely different thing. If you look at the Cordeware sphere, settlements and burials are not necessarily the same thing. So I think in that respect, focusing on the one item where we also have the genetic material coming from, I think that's the way forward. That this is where we see Belbeaker being expressed in a fashion that is shared across this realm. Now, your final point was on the Iberian samples, and of course we looked at those. But there are discrete burials in pits of individuals in flex position with Belbeek artifacts that we used in this model that are not commingled, that are not contaminated in any way, or at least that we could not assess that they were contaminated.
But how is it the settlements seem to be earlier than the arrival or
Yep.
the first individual burials that you could date?
Yeah.
So we have a kind of discrepancy here.
Yeah.
Also, if you go to the next slide, sorry. If you go to the next slide, the peaks. The peaks are interesting because this is the point when we get real cemeteries for both for both corded ware and Belbeekers. And of course, then the C40 dates multiply because archaeologists are dating older graves or a good deal of these graves. Before that, in the early horizons, we have more single individuals, but not real cemeteries or burial mounds. But from the moment, the same happens with Belbeekers. Again, in this period, 2,400, 2,200, the peak is likely due, because that's the moment when we get real cemeteries and archaeologists do more dates.
I don't think it's true. I think it's true to a certain extent, but there's regions where you simply don't have cordware cemeteries where the same peak appears. So in the Netherlands, we don't have cemeteries. In large parts of Denmark, the majority of the dates that we have obtained are actually from burial mounds, and they show the same peak. I think to some extent, the peak is partly caused by the calibration curve. There's small plateaus. Nevertheless, if you model using kernel density estimates, and this is the model that's been developed by Bronk-Ramsey, it is fairly, how should I phrase this? It's not as influenced by the calibration curve as other methods. Like the sum probability distribution is strongly influenced by the calibration curve, kernel density estimates to a lesser degree. The plateaus and the peaks we see are small plateaus within the calibration curve. They might relate to that, but nevertheless, there's other plateaus before and after that where they don't show up. And so if you would take, there's a 2900, 2600 small plateau, then there's a sharper peak, and then 2600, 2450. Why don't they show up in this part then? They only show up in this part. Right? So that already shows that this is probably just 150, 200 years where we have the majority of the cordware dates.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I think I'm
Thank you very much for the very vivid discussion. But please keep in mind next questions. We will have discussion after the last keynote. And now, thank you, Quentin. And now this is time for Martin Sikora.
Kristóf, tudsz segíteni? A moment.
Don't know how to move the screen.
Ez a PDF-es így.
És itt a... Okay. All right. Sorry for the short delay. Thanks very much to the organizers for inviting me here. Today I'm going to talk about, we're going to move to the genetics now because we've heard a lot about networks, and I think this sort of nicely feeds into what I want to talk about, which is basically this kind of new methods we have where we use networks of core ancestry to learn something more about the genetics of corded ware, but also it's going to be a little bit more about broader step ancestry and what we have learned from these new methods over the last couple of years. Yeah, to start with, I think as a geneticist, you might argue particularly myself as a population geneticist, that the year 2015 is sort of the year zero for us, because it's essentially the birth of steppe ancestry. You don't really have to, I don't really have to explain much about that. Obviously, these are just some plots that I think most of you will have seen before of our paper in 2015 and Haag et al., where really the sort of the term steppe ancestry was put forward for the first time, and where we could see if this works, right? So we could basically show in our paper here that, yeah, you can see this green component here in this first published coded ware individuals that would lead, link the coded ware to the Yamnaya. And then we also, our colleagues, Wolfgang Haag et al., showed that basically if you can model these early coded ware individuals, something like 80% Yamnaya-like ancestry. So clearly an indicator of spread of steppe ancestry into Europe at that time. In 2021, I was part of a sort of a nice effort to try to sort of catalog what was present, what we knew at that time about coded ware individuals from a genomic point of view. So this is like a classical PCA plot where you can see over here would be the hunter-gatherers, up here individuals from the Yamnaya background, and then here we have coded ware individuals. And you know, the take-home from this is really that we can individuals with steppe ancestry here. Sorry, just need a bit of water. Sorry. I think probably a bit too much wine yesterday at the dinner. Sorry about that. Okay, yeah. So we have in this PCA we can see the coded ware individuals carry some steppe ancestry. And what didn't make it into that book was a paper was released in the same year by Papach et al., where we can see there's actually quite a lot of diversity in the early coded ware individuals. So this is a PCA plot from them, where you can see again up here would be Yamnaya individuals from the steppe. And then all the green dots in this kind of nice transect from Bohemia are individuals of coded ware origins. And you can see that there's actually this huge spread here, right? So we have some individuals up here very close to the steppe, and some down here that are really pretty much looking like early farmers, European farmers in terms of their ancestry. So very, very broad diversity in terms of genetics in Bohemia. And this is sort of the plot that summarizes it all there. So it is really nice transect. You can see a lot of things changing here, you know, from the farmers to the transition to the steppe, and sort of a very dynamic place. But what you can also notice here, I think, which is I think, even though it's published in 2021, is that all of these ancestry changes we can see here in the timeline, they're still framed with respect to this kind of very, very deep ancestry components that we have established in 2015, right? So you can see it's Neolithic ancestry, Western hunter-gatherer-related ancestry, EHG, and steppe-related ancestry. So it's not really going very close to the actual sort of more proximate people that were actually there, that are associated with coded ware, with global amphora, and so on, right? And so that's kind of where we still were in the genetics up until maybe last year, the year before, when we did have all of a sudden some new methods available. Where we can sort of revisit some of these questions that are still to some extent open, right? So we basically, you know, have questions like what are really the sort of more proximate ancestral populations of coded ware? Sort of what were the fine-scale dynamics of the expansion? How did they interact with other steppe-related populations? How can we answer that? Well, more data. I'm never going to say it's not good to have more data, right? So we want more data always. But the thing is, we do have a lot of data already. And so what we can do to this data that we have already is actually use sort of our newer methods that have been developed over the last couple of years to really learn new things from the already existing data. I think the thing that has changed sort of most in the last year that allowed us to do that is this thing called imputation. So I don't know if someone already, because I only arrived yesterday, presented some of related work like that. But basically, what genotype imputation allows us is to take the data that we already have, which is, you know, of a reasonable quality, but it's usually low coverage, and use a sort of large reference panels of modern populations to statistically predict genotypes at positions where we either don't have any kind of sequencing coverage or at least not a lot of coverage, And what that allows us is basically to then analyze this data in a new way that is very similar to what we would do with modern genomes. So we can actually use more high resolution methods that we couldn't actually use before. And this is just from a paper from Barbara Motta, so in Olivier Delano's group, who was working with us on that, where you could just see that, you know, if you downsample high coverage genomes to about 1x coverage, that, you know, the position in the PCA almost doesn't change. So these predicted genotypes are as good as having a fully high quality genome with, you know, with a certain limitation, of course, in terms of minimum coverage, but nevertheless, it works really well. And so one of the methods that we can actually use now that we couldn't before is this thing called IBD sharing, which I think has for sure come up already. So we're basically trying to trace these kind of segments of genetic material that is inherited identical by descent between two individuals. In this case, something like 4 generations back, they had a shared common ancestor here. And these kind of methods are really powerful, really, to trace fine-scale population structure, recent relatedness, and so on. And so this is just an example of, you know, these type of regions, what you would expect if you have a common ancestor 1 generation back. You know, this is the kind of distribution of segment lengths, and if it's 10 generations back, it's shifted to the left. So you're getting shorter segments, but nevertheless, there's a lot of information in this kind of data for trying to understand, you know, recent relatedness among individuals. This is an example of how you can use this. So one thing you can actually do with these segments is that you know, because there is the theoretical expectation of how many long segments, for example, you would expect a certain number of generations back. This is from Harald Ringbauer's paper from last year, where, you know, they published one of the methods, tools to actually infer these segments. And they could show, for example, that these 2 individuals here, both of them, I think, associated with the Afanasievo culture, they were sharing a lot of segments, and this has to be direct, even though they are like very far away from each other, right? And because of the fact that they share these very long segments with each other, means that they have to have a common ancestor only a few generations back, so that there's a clear, direct evidence for long-scale, long-distance migrations within a few generations. So that's really the information that we can gain from these methods. What we can also do, though, is we can use them also just as a general similarity metric. So this is an example from our recent paper where we had a total of 1,492 imputed individuals, and this just shows basically kind of a heat map between each individual, like how similar they are based on just summing up all these segments and asking, yeah, how similar are they? And it doesn't really matter what is what here, but you can see there's definitely like a big patterning there. So there's some individuals that are more closely related here, and then there's some, like here, they're not very closely related, some pairs. So that's the kind of information we use here. And that information can actually also be represented as a network. So each link here, each dot here, sharing between 2 individuals can be framed in a sort of a network scheme where you can say, okay, we have 2 individuals here. If they share at least this amount of segments or this amount of DNA with each other, then we'll link them in a network. And then you can plot it in a nice plot like that, and actually turns out, you know, all these different chunks here where these are like communities that are very closely connected in terms of recent ancestry sharing. It turns out that nicely recovers a lot of the structure that we know already about the ancient genomes from those time periods. So here, this would be all the hunter-gatherer individuals. Here, there are different Neolithic farming groups, and these would be the steppe-related groups. And even you can see some that are sort of intermediate between them here. They have sort of affinities between both hunter-gatherers and farmers. So this would indicate individuals with higher hunter-gatherer ancestry and so on. So there's really a rich amount of information in those IBD sharing networks. So what can we do with those? What we did for this paper was that we basically just used, so if we just take a step back here, if we just use these networks to actually define our populations, our groups, our clusters, whatever you want to call them. So we basically just say, let's find, using network approaches, something like it's called community detection. Let's find these clusters of sort of highly interconnected individuals, and then we just use those as our units of analysis, right? So we don't use any other information. We don't use archaeology. We don't use you know, date, whatever it is. We just use the genetics to define our populations, just to see what these kind of closely related networks, what kind of genetic ancestry they capture. And turns out that actually works really well, and often, very often, closely sort of matches the either geographical, temporal patterns of the individuals or also cultural affiliations. So this is one clear example where we got this cluster of about 9 individuals, I think, and of course this is sort of the 3 strongest links between each individual, and these are individuals associated here with the Yamnaya culture and here with the Afanasevo culture. So that clearly like recapitulates that link that we all know, of course, exists between the Yamnaya and the Afanasevo, and they have very, very strong recent ancestry links as well, and this is basically captured in this case as being one genetic cluster that we use. But we can also ask how are they related to other individuals. So this particular plot shows now for those same individuals, not the links between them within its own genetic cluster, but actually with what are sort of the strongest links with other individuals. And as you can see here, if you plot them, you get a lot of these kind of green dots here that are closely linked to these step groups. And it turns out that almost all of those here are actually from the early corded ware cultural contexts that we have, at least in this data set, right? So that actually means that there is some very, very strong links between the corded ware individuals here and Yamnaya. And of course, this is also not new, but it's just another way, or sort of a newer way to show that it's not only like shared ancestry with the steppe, it actually has to be quite recent because there's these very, very strong links between them. Okay, and then the last thing, and sort of the major thing that I'm going to talk for the rest of the talk now that we can do with these types of data is that we can use them in similar style to previous methods where we just use a kind of a supervised modeling approach where we can ask, okay, we have all these pairwise relationships, we know that individuals share more with this group than with another, and we just combine these in a particular modeling approach where we say, how about we take all these individuals here and we model them as descendants from 3 different putative source populations. So in this case, brown here would be Anatolian farmers, yellow would be Caucasus hunter-gatherers, and this is these like Middle Dawn hunter-gatherers we published as part of this work. And again, these are all defined just on the genetics, right? So we don't do any other information. This is just individuals representing a certain type of ancestry that is reasonably homogeneous and associated with the individuals from these particular temporal or spatial contexts. So when we do this here for the individuals we have in that data set, so corded ware, here Batlak's culture from Sweden, and then Sintashta here as kind of another example, you can see that basically what varies here is a lot of the Anatolian farmer ancestry, so we get kind of quite a lot here in some of the Estonian ones and not so much here in Poland and Latvia. But we can also move forward then and say, well, this is quite distal models. What about more proximal models? And then here we have a lot of different putative sources, including steppe. And there you can see now that in particular those early, again, corded ware individuals from Latvia and Poland are almost 100% steppe ancestry. And then a lot of the sort of what previously was Anatolian farmer ancestry now becomes this farmer ancestry related to global amphora, right? And it's not because we used only global amphora, we used all sorts of different farming populations as potential sources. So you can see here in some of the Swedish ones, there's a little bit of Scandinavian farmer too. But even though we consider all these different later farming, Neolithic farming groups, it is basically the global amphora that gets chosen as the kind of the source of the predominant source of farmer ancestry in those individuals. And that actually extends also here to the Sintashta. You can see they have the same thing. There's some additional sort of more Central Asian Neolithic ancestry down here, which I'm not going to get into now what that might mean. But you can see that you can actually, even at the individual level, nicely see changes in ancestry and their composition and variation. So when we plot these here, this is one way we showed that, where we can say, well, if we plot here on the x-axis for each individual in the data set, the amount of steppe-related ancestry in this model, and on the y-axis, the global amphora-related ancestry, you can see here in particular these individuals here that are with these black diamonds. These are all the individuals from corded ware contexts, and they kind of fall on this line, which means they're modeled exclusively as steppe plus global amphora, right? So this is kind of a cline of increasing global amphora ancestry, so you have some early individuals with almost none, and then sort of increases all the way up to here, right? What's also interesting, though, is when you look at the sort of other samples here, and again, the ones with the colorful plots are samples earlier than 3,000 years ago, and the rest is from later. Excuse me. You can see that then there's another sort of line that goes down here now, which basically means that you have now, when step ancestry decreases, global amphora ancestry also decreases. But it's actually, whenever you have a certain amount of step ancestry, you also have global amphora-related ancestry, right? So it does look like global amphora admixture has had a very, very large impact on sort of the formation of the early step ancestry, not only for the coded ware individuals, but actually it's present in almost all the individuals that we have, wherever we have step ancestry, right? So there's some sort of very deep basal interaction between global amphora and step-related ancestry that sort of forms the base of a large part of the later gene pool of individuals that carry step-related ancestry in Europe. So yeah, so this is kind of the take-homes until now. So we have this recent co-ancestry linking coded ware with Yamnaya and Afanasyevo, and then we can see that actually, yeah, there's some prominent role for admixture with global amphora in the formation of these early step carrying groups. Okay, so new methods. We're going to have a little bit of new data also, even though this was sort of data generated for a slightly different context. But for this whole second part, I'm going to focus on a study that we have, the preprint has come out, I think, a couple of weeks back. So this is all work by Hugh McCall in our group. And so in this particular case, the sort of the downside of the previous work that I showed you was that we had only used the shotgun sequencing data that was available until that time period, because it was the first time we used these kind of imputation methods. We didn't really know how to behave with data that was generated in different ways. But in this particular context here for the new study, I mean, there's also new reported individuals, a lot of them from Scandinavia, from different time periods that is not of our interest here. But as a sort of a side effect of that, Hugh also compiled like a massive data set of individuals with both shotgun sequencing and capture data, which is this other approach that is widely used by our colleagues, where you basically enrich for certain genetic variants only and not sequence the whole genome sort of randomly as you would do in a shotgun approach. And actually it turns out you can also impute the data like that, but you have to just be a little bit more stringent in terms of the cutoff. So this is just an example showing you on the y-axis the quality, if you want, of the imputed genotypes, and in blue is the shotgun data, and in red is the capture data, and so this is sort of ranked by how deep a sample is sequenced. So you can see that basically the take-home is that red is always below the blue, but you can actually get reasonably high also even with the capture process. You just have to use a higher cutoff, and then you can sort of jointly analyze them with them. The reason we do that is that unfortunately the way that it is for us is that there's quite a biased representation of each data type across time and space. So you can see, not surprisingly, in Northern Europe there's a lot of shotgun data because that's where we generate a lot of data, but in other places, England, for example, Central Europe, it's mainly capture data, right? So these two things are unfortunately distributed like that, but if we want to jointly analyze them, we have to use both types of data. Okay. So what did he find? So when he do the same kind of clustering approach with this larger data set, so here's a PCA again where we have hunter-gatherers here, farmers here, and then the step-related people are up here. And this is just a map showing the individuals that are highlighted here. So Hugh basically found there are 4 major step ancestry clusters that, again, they emerge automatically from the genetic data from these recent co-ancestry links, right? So we don't label them in any other way. So there's one that is mainly Yamnaya related, so these are up here in the PCA, also in this kind of place here on the map. There's a cluster we call coded ware east, which is on this cline from the Yamnaya towards sort of the bulk of the later European samples and towards the farmers. And this is the spatial distribution of those samples. There's a second one, coded ware north, which contains a lot of the Scandinavian samples, and then the sort of later samples follow on a different kind of cline here. And then there's a Bell-Beaker cluster, which is basically from, there's a bit of overlap with the coded ware cluster, and then it projects further towards the Neolithic farmers, and it has this more Western European distribution. Right? So again, this is just clustering of individuals. So this is just individuals that are falling within a certain context of genetic similarity, which already is, as you can see, is very informative and useful. But what's even nicer is you can use them in the same type of way that we did before with this kind of ancestry modeling. So now Hugh has used these deep early primary step ancestry sources as source clusters for other individuals later on during the Bronze Age. And then what is plotting here is that each dot here shows the predominant steppe ancestry. So we can distinguish those 3 different steppe ancestry sources. And so this shows the predominant steppe ancestry for each individual in color. And then underneath these shapes is one of those nice maps of the distribution of those archaeological cultures during that time, right? And I think, hopefully you'll be able to appreciate how, surprisingly, amazingly overlapping this is, right? So whenever you have green dots, and it's mainly the coded ware source genetically in terms of the steppe ancestry, it's in the coded ware archaeological regions, and then beakers are here, and then even here in the sort of southeastern Europe, we have mainly, we have some Yamnaya related. So there is this amazing correlation, which I was quite surprised when I saw it still, like how well it actually fits, between the genetics and the archaeology. So what else can we learn from that? So this is sort of the last bits now, where I just want to walk through a couple of models to see some basic patterns that from his data. So here I've just basically selected all the individuals that had some cultural, archaeological culture, contextual information related to these major groups. And this is a very distal model again. So we start with steppe ancestry, so Yamnaya related Anatolian farmer and hunter-gatherers. And so you can already see that there's sort of some major differences in terms of lots of steppe in the coded ware. Belbicus has more farmer ancestry. There's some here even with full farmer ancestry. And then later here Unetice maybe back to more steppe. But that's not that interesting, because that kind of goes back to what we had before already. So just framing it in terms of these deep sources. Now if we move a little bit forward and say, okay, again, which different farmer groups do we have? And again, you can see this major impact of global amphora, which is this gray component. So it's really sort of high all across, no matter which cultural context. But you can also see there is a different farming component, like a Central European farmer. So there's some Bohemian Neolithic samples that are used for this particular source that seems to be present in a lot of the beaker samples, but not so much in the other individuals, right? So already there are some differences between, ancestry between those cultures. And then the nice thing is now when you actually go back to, and this is the same data as for the map before, when you then go to the actual steppe ancestry carrying early groups, you can see this clear distinction, the coded ware, Fatianovo, it's all like model from this early coded ware northeast samples. The beakers, there's a bit of variation, but certainly mostly central bell beaker type ancestry, and then Unetice goes back again to more coded ware like ancestry, right? So actually, quite amazing how we can distinguish just purely from the genetics, individuals from those different groups when you go into sort of more fine scale ancestry. We'll just look at coded ware in particular. You can see there's also a bit of fine-scale structure there. So this is, here we have Fatianovo, and then we go for sort of from northeastern Europe to Central Europe. So you can see there is a bit of an increase towards Central Europe, in particular in Switzerland, of this central bell beaker ancestry, which I guess makes sense. It's not exactly the same steppe source for all of them. There's probably some interactions with beakers in that particular part, or just in general some structure among the different steppe groups between those sites. But those are the kinds of things we can then, of course, follow up with some even more local models, which is not something that I've done here. And then we can revisit that kind of transect again from Bohemia. So we have seen that there seems to be a lot of changes there that are happening, even when you look at it from a very distal point of view. So this is just to show you that we recover that distal model from the farmers to the hunter to the steppe, with an increase in hunter-gatherer ancestry early on in Bohemia, in the Neolithic farming ancestries. Then we have no farmer ancestry in the earliest coded ware samples. You can see here there's very little, then there's a little bit more later on. There's this very low amount of Baltic hunter-gatherer that is always required, so that's the red part here. That also sort of nicely links with the results from Papac et al., where they were showing that there's some link of these early coded ware samples with, I think they used a Latvian source there, so this is also like nicely recovered by this modeling. And then again, increased farmer ancestry in the bell beakers, and then a sort of a resurgence of steppe ancestry, if you want, in the Unetice. Then we move forward again with Central European farmers. Now, same as before, we do see, generally speaking, global amphora as the farming source. With just in the beaker period, we do see this kind of Central European farming ancestry appear in this Bohemian transect, but it kind of disappears again after that. And then same story as before, right? But now really nicely seen, not just across Europe, but in one particular place, right? So this is all this Bohemian transect early on mainly coded ware related ancestry, then it switches to bigger step source and then back to coded ware. And actually this is the local transect at this one site in Lindes, I think you say that correctly. So these are all the individuals that in this analysis we could use there. So you can see here the earliest one is actually an individual with farming ancestry. Although it does have this light, like light blue here a little bit, which is central beaker, so it maybe would point to some interactions with some early step sources. Yeah, we haven't really followed up on that very much, so have to see if that holds with different models too. But then we have in the early coded ware here, actually the earliest individual here needs even more step ancestry than that particular coded ware source provides. So this kind of reflects the decrease in step ancestry over time in the early coded ware. And then once the beaker period starts, we see these different components appear and also more of that central beaker component. And just as a last bit, when you go really even further into sort of more proximate models, we include some Baltic Bronze Age source. You can see that actually this individual here is modeled as a sort of 30% deriving from the Baltic, and that's individual 50, which is basically here on the PCA. 51 here was mentioned in Papac et al. As one sample that falls exactly on the Baltic Bronze Age Klein here. That unfortunately didn't have enough coverage for us to do this kind of analysis, but it looks like 50 here. From a PCA, you wouldn't be able to tell that this is in some way related to this, right? It just falls here broadly on with the same sort of samples from maybe in bell beaker genetic diversity, but clearly it has some affinity to the Baltic, so we can even on an individual level show now influx from ancestry from different parts of Europe that actually on a PCA with these kind of more distal models would be very, very difficult to disentangle. And I think I managed to get through now, so this is just a recap from the previous two results, and now I think second part take-home messages is that there's really this amazing correlation in sort of this early genetic ancestry clusters with archaeological cultures in the third millennium. And then, yeah, with these recent co-ancestry methods, we can really dive into the fine-scale genetic structure of these individuals, and even at the individual level can really start to disentangle very, very interesting processes. So, yeah, that's all I had. Thanks very much. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. And yes, few questions are possible. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you for this talk. Very interesting results. Sort of a methodological question. The networks that you show here, among others, they are unimodal and they are unidirected. So most of your genetic data, I assume, is directed because it can only go from parent to child, and it is time transgressive because the child is younger than the parent. That those two properties of your network influence community detection. So I was just wondering, did you take that into account, or is there another way you've solved that?
No, because this, I mean, maybe we can go back here. So it's not, we don't take into account directionality here because it's basically what we're using. This network is essentially a link here is just the amount of genetic data shared between two individuals. So it's just a measure of similarity essentially. So there's no directionality in that sense, right? Because a mother shares 50% with the child, but it's like of course the mother transmits the information to the genetics to the child, but the similarity is the same both ways, right? So it's just a measure of how far apart are two individuals in sort of in terms of generations separated, as a crude way to say it, right? So it's really just a network based on genetic similarity. So you can do that also with other types of genetic similarities, and then within that network we kind of find the components, the modules that are highly connected. That would basically mean that things like here, where you have many individuals that are very strongly linked, they must share a more recent common ancestor than they do with some other individuals where they're not strongly linked. I don't know if that answers your question.
This is David Reich. It's wonderful work. I had a question related to the one that was just asked, or a thought, which is that picture you show there on the right is
this one.
Yeah. There's many strengths of IBD based co-ancestry methods, but they're very, very strongly affected by the temporal similarity of the samples that one's looking at. So if you're looking at some samples that are hunter-gatherers that have a time period of 8,000 BP and some samples that are Yamnaya at 5,000 BP, and you're looking for segments which will only be shared across a distance of less than 1,000 BP, 1,000 years, you'll never see connections between samples separated by thousands of years. And so if you're trying to carry out a modeling with samples that are not exactly contemporaneous in time, which is sort of inevitably what we're doing, what's going to happen is samples are going to cluster temporally, and it's not going to be related to shared ancestry as much as to temporality. And so I was, and of course you're very aware of that. So I'm wondering, like, some of the really striking inferences that you showed in your later slides. So for example, the Baltic hunter-gatherer ancestry component in the Papach samples, that sort of, which is super interesting, and like one of the sort of debates that's simmering about whether that's an important component, because maybe that's the source of the R1AY chromosome or something like that. To what extent do you think that that might be related to the kind of temporal features of the modeling, and to what extent do you think that that's a confident statement that you're actually finding ancestry that is not, for example, either Yamnaya or globular amphora derived?
Yeah, I think that maybe I can answer this in two ways. So clearly, if we to the first part of the question related to the temporal clustering, like if you yes, I mean clearly if you do this type of because the IBD is sharing the case with time, so clearly there is a strong temporal effect that you do actually get in terms of that clusters of individuals that are closer together, they are also in general closer in time. Although, you have to say, like, we have a temporal transect, for example, in Denmark of like 4,000 years, right? Where there's a lot of overlap with other hunter-gatherer clusters, and we still separate them out nicely by region and by the cultural context, right? So it's not only the temporal effect that does that here. But of course, if you just look at the clustering as itself, then that's one thing that can happen, and you have to be aware of that. But in terms of the modeling here, what we do there is that we're not, again, we're just using the sort of the similarity of an individual sample with all the other clusters on a sort of a relative scale, right? So we just quantify like how much IBD does one sample share with this group, this group, this group, this group, and then we do the same for all of them, and then we combine sort of. I had some slides that I have not included here now, but we combine all of them in a way that we try to model with these non-negative least squares to try to predict. An individual of Yamnaya has this pattern of sharing with everyone else. An individual with pharma ancestry has this pattern of sharing with everyone else. What would be a mixed individual look like, for example? And so that should also, to some extent, take into account this temporal effect, because everyone has sort of the sharing possibility with everyone else in this kind of analysis. With respect to the Baltic one, I think, in general, if you're seeing small components like these that are not really variable a lot, it often indicates that there's something there we don't really know how to represent, and clearly there is a possibility that this might just be I wouldn't be 100% confident that it has to be this Baltic hunter-gatherer group that contributes to that, because it could just be that this works best in this particular context of modeling. The argument against that is that we do actually have other types of ancestors in there too. So you can see this is actually a different hunter-gatherer source from Western Europe. So I think this is Loschpo on those samples. And that, it shows up later on, but it doesn't really show up in those early ones, right? So we have, at least to the limits of resolution of our data, we have a lot of different groups that can, at the same time, provide this component. But it is the Baltic one that seems to fit best, right? And, again, we can argue whether or not that means that it really has to be some interactions with hunter-gatherers from the Baltic that we have in the data set. But I think it does nicely link to the results from Papach also, where they also found with the allele frequency-based methods, I think it was Latvian mid-Neolithic, that they were finding as kind of needing to explain at least those earlier coded ware samples. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. And the last question before the coffee break.
Yep. Thank you. This is Sabine Reinhold asking. In fact, it's maybe a very academic question, but you are now arguing for detecting groupings, genetic groupings based basically on the genetics, so the IBD sharing. So why do you still use the archaeological terminology for it, or the other way around? Wouldn't it be a possibility at the moment to skip that and just talk about 1, 2, 3 or red, green, yellow? Because in your map, in the map where you finally link the different, this one, you can show that it fits. And that would make an argument for both methods, for the archaeological definition of whatever archaeological culture is and a genetic grouping. As long as you use the archaeological terminology for your groups, you still trigger an expectation that a certain genetic unit should have a similar archaeological culture or the other way around. So wouldn't it be a possibility to start blind testing?
Yeah, I think that's very good points, and it's a debate we've had back and forth. I think actually when we did that first in our paper, in 2024 paper, we did exactly what you suggested, right? So we actually specifically did not label our clusters in any way other than saying, like, for example, the Danish hunter-gatherer cluster was called Denmark 10,000 to 5,500, right? So we just used space and time whenever it was possible to delineate like that as the kind of label for that. And I agree, I think it makes more sense in that regard. But we also then got comments from I think it was one reviewer, like, about that, that it's kind of this R2D2 type names that no one really can link to anything, right? So we should somehow also link them to what is established terminology, like Western hunter-gatherers, Eastern hunter-gatherers, Caucasus hunter-gatherers, and so on. So we kind of did this hybrid approach where we then grouped them into a bit of larger units that then have some sort of easily readable labels, right? So I think, it is a bit of a difficult question in that regard. But I totally agree. I think we should. I think when we label them like that, it makes more sense on the genetics to really use these kind of names, because we are only talking about ancestry in this case, and we make it clear we're talking about ancestry and not of the population that is at that time there that might have very, very different ancestry, even being part of the same population, right? So I think we should, continue doing that. But when it's nicely overlapping like that, it is quite nice to also frame it in that way, just for to see those connections clearly. Hope that answers the question.
And the very, very short, very last.
Very last, just one final remark on this stuff. So we have a recent paper on the possible origin of this Baltic hunter-gatherer stuff. Like, we got an accepted paper like half a year ago, and yes, it is similar to the Baltic, but it is different from the Baltic, and we pinpointed the possible source for this group. So
perfect. Thank you. I was not aware of that.
Yes, thank you. And now we have coffee break until 11. Anna, the floor is yours.
Okay. First, I'm too short, so I have to adjust. First of all, thank you so much for the organizers for the invitations, and also a fantastic conference so far. And I'm sure we will have a lot of fun this afternoon. I'm really looking forward to that as well. And we had a lot of nice discussions throughout these few days. This project is done in collaboration with Professor Helle Wankelde at Aarhus University. And it's also financed by the Bank of Sweden Tercentenary Foundation. It's a really difficult word in English, but Riksbankens Jubileumsfond in Swedish, much easier. Okay, so this is an ongoing project, but we are finalizing this year. So we don't have all the results yet, but most of them. So I thought that I would present some of them. Is it? Yeah. Okay, so since the presentation is called More Than Numbers, I thought that I should sort of introduce the basic problem here, because numbers, when we are talking about violence, is of course super important, but it's not all. Numbers can tell a lot, but it fails to tell a lot of things, such as, for example, conflict strategies, violence and warfare, and how that relates to population dynamics, and also causes and consequences of violence. And to address this through a multi-proxy endeavor instead would allow us to actually get more insight in these questions also. And it's also really, really important to understand that analysis of skeletal trauma always underestimates the true prevalence of violence, because we have a lot of taphonomic issues here. And also that not all types of violence actually affects the skeleton. So we need to be quite broad about this. So we have to start also with what is actually violence, and how can we tell that there is violence in a skeleton? I mean, sometimes it's really easy if we find a projectile embedded in bone or something like that. We know that this is caused by violence. But most cases of skeletal violence or evidence of skeletal violence is skull trauma. And you can see here, this is a very relatively, for our perspective, modern example. This is from medieval time period, and this is a sharp force trauma to the head that this individual actually survived. But when we are discussing these kinds of trauma in relation to violence, we look, for example, at lateralization. That is, which side of the head we do find these kinds of trauma. It's more common to find evidence of violence on the left side of the skull than the right side, because you normally have face-to-face combat with a right-handed aggressor. Not always the case, but this is one of the sort of key items to look into. We however, see that when it comes to more lateral part of the skull, that the trauma is usually on the right side instead, because it's from the back. So this is one part. Another thing to consider is what is called the hat brim line. And this is really an imaginary line of the skull. Imagine that you have a hat on, and where the hat brim is. So if you have trauma above the hat brim line, it's usually caused by violence, and below the hat brim line is usually due to accidents like fall accidents and so forth. So that's also one way to look at it. And also the fracture pattern. Because from fall trauma or accidents, you have a linear fracture pattern. While when it comes to blunt force or violence, you have depressed fractures. So that's also something to consider. Okay, so what about violence and warfare in the Nordic quarter-ware complex? Why is it interesting? Well, we know that there's quite a lot of evidence of violence in this time period in the quarter-ware in Central Europe, but there is really no previous data for Scandinavia, as you can see here. When it comes to the quarter-ware in Scandinavia, we are talking a Middle Neolithic culture, Middle Neolithic B. So we don't get confused about Bronze Age, Late Neolithic, and so forth. For Scandinavia, it's Middle Neolithic, going into the Late Neolithic. So what we started up with was to compile data from earlier time periods. We can see that there are fluctuations in violence. Here for the Final Mesolithic, for example, we have a lot of violence, but the sample size is really small. And for the TRB, or the Falbeke culture over here, we have some differences in violence between Sweden and Denmark, with the highest amount of trauma in Denmark. However, we should reconsider this, because a lot of these evidence are actually of later date, now when we have C14 dated a lot of these individuals. But they are from passage graves. And we can see that in the late Neolithic, in the early late Neolithic, we have very low levels of violence, while in the late Neolithic and early Bronze Age, we have elevated levels of violence again. So when it comes to the single grave and the battle axe cultures, the sample is primarily from Jutland and from Skåne in southernmost Sweden. And as have already been touched upon, the preservation of bone material, especially for Jutland, is really poor. It's a little bit better in Skåne, but there's a lot of graves without skeletal material as well. Hence, the sample size isn't huge. But we are working with what we actually have. So we have addressed and looked into all of the remains that were available for us. Some of the remains were not available due to sort of mishaps in collections and so forth, but the sample size is thereafter. And you can see also here on the island of Zealand that we actually don't really have a single grave or a quarter-ware culture. So we also looked into a lot of the megalithic population on the island of Zealand to see if we had presence of Middle Neolithic B individuals in these graves as well. So when it comes to the single grave and the battle axe cultures, we can see that there are a lot of similarities, but there are also some differences. And we have some sort of scheduled chronology for these cultures in Scandinavia over here. But when it comes to the graves, we can primarily look into the position or the orientation of the graves, because that differs quite a lot between Jutland and between Sweden. So we see that in Sweden, primarily Skåne, we have a north-south orientation facing east, while in Denmark we have a west-east orientation facing south, which is more common. So there are some differences, but there are also a lot of similarities, for example, when it comes to burial equipment. They vary somehow when it comes to the number and so forth. So let's skip to the matter and look into the frequencies of violence. So what we so far have looked into, or the sample that we had, was a total of 57 graves. But from these, only 48 individuals were preserved enough, well preserved, to look into trauma analysis. From these individuals, and these are only typical CVC graves, 10 individuals showed positive evidence of violence. In addition to these individuals that we could actually analyze, we also had published data from previous analysis from a site in Malmö, southernmost Sweden, Kastanjegården, for 4 individuals, and a site also in Malmö called Bronsyxan, 1 individual. And the individuals from Bronsyxan also have evidence of violence, and this is antemortem blunt force trauma. So a total of 11 trauma in 53 individuals, which is, in this respect, approximately 20% of the individuals evidencing trauma. And all of these individuals are adults. As you can see, one of them is female and the rest are males. And this is a general pattern. The example here is this one. This is a skull cap, which is the only thing that remains from this grave, from the site Tygelsjö in southernmost Sweden as well. And it was excavated already in the mid-19th century. And when it was excavated, it was found with this antler pickaxe still embedded in the skull. And the report says that to remove this antler pickaxe, it needed to be done by massive amount of force. So it was really, really stuck to the bone. And a few years ago, we C14 dated this individual, and it falls in the 2,465 to 2,200 Cal BCE. And that fits very well with the dates that Quentin also discussed earlier today. So what about strategies or weaponry? How can we look into this? Well, there has been some work done in experimental osteology. And Linda Fiebiger, a colleague in Edinburgh, has been part of both these studies. And the first one is from 2007, where they tested the Neolithic, or a replica of the Thames speeder, a wooden club really, which caused these kinds of patterns. And this is a kind of pattern, a violence pattern or a trauma pattern that we actually quite often see in the Neolithic. The newer study here from 2023 looked into different stone axes and adzes. And they could find these kind of patterns from these axes. And you can see that they are quite similar, both of these, and also sort of a more deep and pointed depression over here. And I will come back to this a little bit later. So there are some weapons in the graves. And I mean, battle axes, of course. Some of the graves, especially in Denmark, also have these tanged arrowheads in the graves. They're quite rare in Swedish graves from the battle axe culture. And then we have the antler pickaxes, which is really a Swedish phenomenon. And this is an M&B weapon. So you find them both in pitted-ware culture graves or associated both with the pitted-ware culture and with the battle axe culture. And the sternum over here is penetrated by one of these tanged arrowheads, and this is an example from Järil on Jutland. The other example here is from Östratorp in southern Scania, and here we have a very nice fit with this kind of battle axe of Malmers type D. So the neck over here fits very well with the trauma over here, and the edge fits very well with the trauma on the frontal here. And then we have the case that I've already mentioned from Tygelsjö. So the case of Järil is actually quite interesting. It's a grave with numerous individuals, and they have all been dated newly in our project and just before that. So there are two individuals in this grave that suffer from trauma. So we have the individual over here, which is estimated to be 45 years approximately and dated to 2470 to 2300, so also quite late, but within the same time frame as previously. And then we have another individual here that has an antemortem skull trauma, and this skull trauma is exhibited at the National Museum in Copenhagen, and it's been previously suggested that it is a trepanation, but I'm quite certain that it's a blunt force trauma. And in the pelvic region over here, they also found one of these flint arrowheads, tanged flint arrowheads. Another case of consequences of violence when it comes to long-term consequences is found in Östratorp, and me together with a neuropsychologist did an analysis on this individual in 2018. We can see that these kinds of trauma would cause long-term consequences for this individual in terms of traumatic brain injuries. So when this individual, it needed, of course, care in the very acute phase with hygiene and so forth. It was probably unconscious for some time. But after some time, he recovered, but would have, for example, problems with spatial orientation, with fine motor skills, and would have quite a lot of need of help in the future as well. So this individual also suffered from a clavicle fracture and a rib fracture, and we don't know if all of these sort of fractures are from the same event, but it's quite plausible. Okay, so except for looking into the skeletal trauma, we have also looked into evidence in burial contexts. And when it comes to single grave culture graves in Jutland, a lot of them actually have these kinds of tanged arrowheads of C and D type. And in these cases, the skeletons aren't preserved. There's only colorations from these skeletons. But we can see that there are several examples of these kinds of arrowheads, single finds in the pelvic region. So they were probably embedded in the soft tissue of these individuals when buried. And in Dalby-Neder, which is late single grave culture, upper grave culture, there is evidence of 8 arrowheads that are arranged together, but also 1 arrowhead that is fragmented in the pelvic region. So they were used both as sort of burial goods, but also often embedded in a soft tissue, probably. When it comes to Benelux culture in Scania, there is only 3 graves that actually have these kinds of arrowheads. And 1 grave from Norra Hyljevång, which is the one over here, there were a lot of, I think it was 11 tanged arrowheads, but they are probably original in a quiver because they were arranged together. But the one in Kastanjegården and Bösarp probably were embedded in soft tissue because they are single finds in these kinds of locations. But we do have a lot more of these tanged arrowheads in passage graves, so we don't know the association with trauma in passage graves because they are not as sort of well documented in relation to these commingled remains. But as I said, we did a lot of C14 dates of megaliths as well, both from Scania and from Zealand. And I think we C14 dated somewhat 120 individuals, maybe from Zealand, and a total of 145 individuals were analyzed for violence, and 34 of these individuals actually had evidence of trauma. And you can see 3 of them here related to the example here by Fibiger and colleagues. And it's especially on Zealand that we can find these kinds of amounts of trauma. So from 121 individuals on Zealand, 30 actually suffer from trauma. And there are evidence of both peri-mortem trauma and ante-mortem trauma. So when we also divided these into different periods, we can see that 4 of them were from the Middle Neolithic A, that is funnel-beaker culture, 10 from Middle Neolithic B. The cultural association, unclear. 4 late Neolithic 1, 6 late Neolithic 2, and 2 were actually early Bronze Age. So from 18 individuals that actually had an MNB date, 10 individuals actually suffered from trauma. That means that in this assemblage, 56% were actually suffering from trauma in the Middle Neolithic B in these megaliths. When it comes to Scania, it's not as high. We only looked into 24 individuals, and 4 of them had trauma. 2 were actually MNA, 1 MNB, and 1 late Neolithic. And the late Neolithic one here is from Gillhög in Scania, also previously interpreted as a trepanation. Here we have one from Udby, which is a perimortem fracture, and here we have from Grydehöj, and this one is actually not a perimortem fracture, but antemortem fracture and completely healed. So if we look at the internal face of this skull, we can see that this part here is pressed in, and then it's reattached and healed completely. So it's quite remarkable the kind of trauma they could actually survive during this time period. So there must have been some knowledge to actually care for these individuals as well. So we looked into this more than just patterns of trauma, because we wanted to understand sort of causes and consequences as well. So what we did was that we also applied new age estimation methods on these individuals. So we carried out a transition analysis 3 age estimation, which is based on traits from all of the skeleton, which are then modeled through machine learning statistics. And it performs really, really well in validation studies. And it also allows us to quite specifically assess individuals above the age of 60, which is not possible with more common methods. So what we can see was that we had a considerable amount of sub-adults in the sample, but also that some of the individuals actually reached quite high ages, above the age of 70, and some of them also above the age of 80. And this individual is dated to approximately 2350, so it's transitional really, battle axe culture and late Neolithic, but it is a very cordy-ware type of grave. And we can see here biparial thinning, which is a trait, a pathological trait that is only sort of visible in individuals over the age of 70, and quite rare also. But this individual also suffered from 2 antemortem trauma to the head here. So, but we wanted to look into the demography a little bit more, so we modeled it using a death rate ratio, and we also looked into the graves without skeletons and with skeletons as well, to look into the social gender and age of these graves as well. So when it comes to the model of the death rate ratio, what we did was that we looked into the average mortality in the youngest segment of the population, that is the small children, and then compared it to the average mortality of the older segment of children. And what we can see is that we have really an increase in mortality in the older sub-adults relative to here, the Pitterware culture, here the late Neolithic early Bronze Age data, and here is actually church book records from a parish in Scania between 1749 and 1758. And these sort of comparable samples was part of my PhD project, so that's why we reused them a little bit. So what we can see is that we have a dramatic increase in older sub-adult mortality during this time period. And when it comes to the death rate ratio, this is quite common in populations where we have a moderate intercommunity contact. So you meet people from outside and actually get a lot of, well, infections, lethal infections, maybe once in a lifetime. So sort of that's the pace. When we come into more modern times, and this starts with urbanization, these numbers drop completely. So we have a very high infant mortality instead because of infections. And this is something that happens all the time, very often. So it goes from being not as high intercommunity contact to moderate intercommunity contact to very extremely high intercommunity contact when it comes to the demography. We can also see that in both the single grave culture and in the battle axe culture, we can see that in the very beginning, in the early phase, we only more or less have male burials. When we come sort of later on, this sort of evens out. So we have a more even distribution between males and females, and we also have quite a high number of child burials in the later phase of this time period. And combined, we see that we probably have a very high population increase throughout the quarter-ware, especially in the late period in southern Scandinavia. We also looked into mobility, and we did that through laser ablation strontium isotope analysis. And it's basically that you take samples from throughout the tooth crown, so we can trace mobility, sequential mobility. So instead of taking an average sample, you will get a value for each of these small samples, and they're really microscopic. So you basically can see them with the naked eye. You need magnification. The problem with strontium isotope analysis in these areas is that the isotope signal is quite homogeneous, so over large areas. So for sealant and also for Scania. So they have been divided into different areas, but for example, area 3 here and area 4 have the same values. So it's very difficult to look into the local and non-local aspects, because someone that comes from here and moves down here is considered local. Okay, but there is still variation, right? So if we look into these kinds of strontium isotope analysis done by laser ablation, we can see that there's considerable variation in the data. So instead of just having local, not local, here we would have everyone being local. But for this individual here from Åraslö, we can see that because we tested 2 teeth, a second molar and a third molar here, and we can see that it's a big difference in mobility, and it's a large variance. So from the very highest value over here to the lowest value, we almost have the whole span of this area. So this person, we're moving around a lot in the local area, but would still be considered local. And the same is true for this area, area 3. Here we can see that one individual, Karlshögen, which is a passage grave, also moves from outside the area into the area, outside and into the area again. So we can see that mobility is both within the local area and within and outside the local area. And this individual here from Karlshögen, if we only look at the average values, this would be considered a local individual. But we see that he spent quite a lot of time outside the local area as well. So when we compare the local versus non-local, we only have 2 individuals that are considered non-local, and that's because we have these large areas. So when it comes to males in area 4, we see the same tendency. We have a lot of variation, but it's only in a few cases that they actually are outside the local area. And this individual here is from Lilla Beddinge, and it's grade 53 from Lilla Beddinge. We can see that he started out in a local area and then went for a couple of times outside the local area as well. This individual is one of the few that were considered non-local. The other one that we tested isn't part of this presentation because it turned out to be late Neolithic 2, so that's why it's not here. But this individual here is a female from Vellinge, southernmost Sweden as well, and here we can see clear non-local signals, but actually see the time when she entered this local area where she were then buried. We don't know if she sort of moved out again, but we can see that in the end of this sort of sequence, she actually entered the local area. So we get more fine-grained information about mobility by using these kind of strontium isotope analysis. For sealant, we can see also a variety, and some of them are sort of sometimes outside of the local area, but this one sticks out, and this is from Kjundeløse, one of the passage graves, and we can see that there's considerable variation in the data, and one of the data, the last one over here, is actually the closest fit to Scania. So this person has been moving outside of sealant. So how should we understand that? Well, the deeper you dig, the dirtier it gets. It's really, really difficult to understand violence, and there are so many levels of violence. So, and all of these levels are entangled in some kind of web. So one of them, the top one, is cultural violence, and that is something that you can see in norms, in language, ideology, religion, etc. It could be, for example, like this rock carving over here. It could be sort of a very strong presence of violence in graves, like weaponry, for example. and so forth. And when it comes to our study, we can see the direct violence, that is the physical violence or the deadly violence. But what about the in-between, the structural violence? For example, limitations of living and marginalization and so forth. So structural violence is mostly institutionalized and culturally sanctioned form of violence, which is partly expressed as direct violence. So we as our bioarchaeologists are very useful, and bioarchaeology is very useful in the reconstruction of violence when it comes to direct violence, because what happens during life gets imprinted in bone. But when it comes to understanding sort of different types and scales of violence, we need to look into this interdisciplinary, for example, through archaeology, bioarchaeology, when it's possible through history, ethnography, religion, sociology. So when it comes to sort of the structural part of violence in this time period, we need more sort of insights looking into, for example, differences in diet, looking into differences in stature, looking into differences in burial tradition. And when it comes to the high levels of violence in the megaliths, in the MNB, related to the battered or the corded ware graves, where we have high levels, but other types, and not as lethal violence as in the gallery graves, one can start to wonder if this is part of some sort of structural violence against people or populations that expresses in these kinds of direct violence. So, thank you for your attention.
Yes, and please, questions, comments, Sven?
Yeah, thank you very much. I wouldn't use the term structural violence if you speak about much violence in the corded ware. This is something else, structural violence. I would like to ask you, is the violence you reported high or low compared to the to other periods in prehistory, to the Bronze Age, for example, or to the Iron Age? Is Steven Pinker right or not? What do you think?
If we look at a Scandinavian perspective, it's high. It's not as high as in the final Mesolithic, but I think these numbers are quite biased as well. So what we see here that in the M&A TRB population from Fibegard out from 2013, a majority of them should be placed in the late Neolithic and M&B instead of M&A. Because she looked into it from a typological perspective with the passage graves, and we can now see that quite a number of them are actually later. So we should have lower levels in the M&A sample, and as you can see, we have relatively high numbers in the late Neolithic II and early Bronze Age, but it's not as high as we have here in the corded ware, where we have approximately 20%, or in the gallery graves up to 50% of the individuals suffering from violence.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for this. This is a wonderful study, I think, to complement our understanding of what is going on. And I was struck by the high level of violence on Sealand and on the Danish islands, because that belongs to the second phase of colonization or conquest, or whatever you call it, from the core area of Jutland. And then they start to move into the Danish islands, where you still have some residing Neolithic populations.
Yeah.
And they adopt some of their traditions and rituals, but surely it was not peaceful all the time.
No.
Surely it was violent, a lot more violent probably than when they moved into Jutland, because there were a lot more empty space.
And that's what we're seeing in the data as well. I didn't go into detail, but when it comes to the C14 dates of the individuals suffering from violence, we can see that most of them ends up in the late corded ware period.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Next question, comment? your name.
Thank you for your lovely talk. I'm Louise Olleridge from Leiden University. I was wondering, you mentioned preservation issues and that most of your samples, I think, were from megalithic graves. Could you perhaps say that these high numbers of violence could also be related to differing burial rites, so that perhaps it's something that is typical for, or perhaps not typical, but 20% of megalithic graves, particularly?
Do you mean that individuals buried in megaliths would, in higher extent, be the ones suffering from violence?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
That if someone was murdered, that you place them in a megalithic grave.
Yeah, because that's one of the thoughts that I might have. Like, what is this population? Is it a population that has been killed and sort of buried there because either their own cultural tradition or someone else's sort of trying to fit them in somewhere else? They don't deserve these kinds of burials. It's really difficult to say.
Thank you. So, thank you, Anna, for your lecture. And now, yes, Kerko, not quiz the corded ware expression into... Not yet. Albert, not yet. No. Kerko Nordqvist, the corded ware expansion into the Northeast European lowlands.
So, good day everybody, and I also want to first, before starting to give my talk, thank the organizers for the kind invitation to participate in this fantastic event. And so my topic today is to talk about corded ware, titled here Northeast European Lowlands, which actually means in this case I will talk about the Eastern Baltic area, focusing specifically on the areas of present-day Finland and the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. And this region, in many respects, as I try to show in the next maybe 20 minutes, differs quite significantly, both in its natural environment and socio-cultural environment, where the corded ware features appear in comparison to many other more southern areas. Also, I have to at this point already say that I'm not able to give too many definite answers to anything. This is more like presenting the present day situation in the area, and this most likely just causes more questions than explains anything. But first I will quickly go through the natural environment here. So we are moving in an area which is today fully within the boreal biogeographic zone, so meaning that it's heavily influenced, it's fully forested area and characterized by water in the form of rivers, water in the form of sea coast, water in the form of countless lakes, and also a lot of bogs, a lot of mires. So it's the waterways are actually kind of blocking the movement and the possibilities to lead certain ways of life, but they are also the routes and channels through which people, influences, and everything moved. What else is significant is that the whole area is shaped by the last glaciation. First of all, the last glaciation means that there's still ongoing land uplift. We are talking about very low-lying areas, lowlands, close to the sea coast. It also means that the terrain, the soils are formed and affected by last glaciation. The soils are generally podzol, poor for agricultural activities all the way down to the southern Baltic states, and this also has a certain implications for the possibilities to people to live certain ways of life. And also important factor here is that the whole third millennium in this area is thought to be period of climate change, generally towards more wet and more cooler climate and circumstances. So this is the natural setting. Then if we go into the sociocultural setting, this area still, if you look at the general presentations of prehistory of this area, it has a very strong this cultural historical tradition. So the area is chopped into multitude of different kind of archaeological cultures. Depends from whose work you look at. People tend to call them with different names. That's not relevant here. What is relevant is that these are all hunter-gatherer cultures. So they are living on hunting, especially then fishing. Aquatic hunting and fishing are maybe the most important way of life for most of these populations, and then gathering. And they roam the whole area from the Baltic states to the Urals and beyond. And as I said, what is important here is exactly that we have no preceding farming populations or any populations relying on active food production predating the appearance of corded ware. Okay, southern Lithuania might be taken as an exception because of the globular amphora influences reaching that part, but they don't have any substantial effect further north. We do have, starting from the 6th millennium already, single pollen, presented single pollen evidence for the possible introduction of culticans, domesticated plants, but they are just single pollen evidence and they are highly contested. So when we go into macrofossil evidence, the first dated macrofossil goes to the 4th millennium, coming from the Åland Islands, but that's from the context of pitted ware culture. So, and actually I forgot to say here that I was asked actually yesterday a few times that what about the pitted ware culture in the Eastern Baltic? We don't have pitted ware culture in the Eastern Baltic. That remains in Sweden and comes all the way to Åland, but not further east. We have some singular finds from Western Finland, but we cannot say that this phenomena was actually established there. So we are talking about hunter-gatherers. So the first macrofossils go to the 4th millennium, but actually they get more numerous only in the Bronze Age, and also more continuous pollen curves date to the Bronze Age. So that's the time when cultivation really then only is established in this Eastern Baltic region. In some areas it was never established before the 20th century, if even then. Quickly, some of the features of these populations, they, especially from the 4th millennium onwards, they start to, at least part of the year, form quite big or larger agglomerations of housing, at least that's what we think, building especially in the North pit houses, above ground structures more in the Baltic states. Also increasingly from the 4th millennium, we have settlement burials and cemeteries. Cemeteries also often established just next to the settlements. So this is a feature that gets stronger over the time. And then we do have also evidence, again, from the 4th millennium onwards, especially of specialized craft production, long-distance exchange of goods, reaching 1,500 kilometers from their places of origin. These are very widespread networks, and these networks quite clearly tend to disrupt around the time that we have the corded ware emergence. Corded ware features emerge into the Eastern Baltic region, so something definitely happens then. Then about the datings. Datings were already briefly referred to earlier today. The problem in the whole area is that generally we are moving on very thin ice. We have very few, like here is our colleague Petro Pesonen from his dissertation a few years ago. He has summed up all the available radiocarbon data, but in many of these cases, these graphs are by phase. They might be based only like handful 5 to 10 dates. If we consider, for example, coded, where we are still in this whole region, we have way less than 100 reliable dates. I would say somewhere in the range of 60 to 80 reliable dates. So we do see that we have a very strong hunter-gatherer presence in the area, but in many cases we have a gap in the datings. We have very little material that we can really pinpoint just to the centuries preceding the appearance of coded ware. So we can speculate that there was presence in general in the area, but we don't know each and every region within this territory what was the situation exactly when the coded ware was established. Then another noteworthy thing is that from the mid-3rd millennium onwards, we have, again, quite a big lack of dates. We have very heavily decreasing amount of archaeological material in general, and this is a big question concerning the cultural development and demography, and I will return to this at the end of this talk. But then, going to the coded ware, unlike many other regions in Europe, coded ware in the Eastern Baltic is known primarily through what we call settlement site finds. This means many pottery finds which cannot be connected to a certain burial. If we calculate them all together, we are nearly close to 500 find spots all through this region. Even we call them settlements, then it doesn't necessarily mean that they are like settlements in that sense. A settlement is often taken, because in many cases what you see go through the material, you have pieces from maybe 1, 2, 3 individual pots only. So, and often also coded ware settlements, or these finds, are made in connection to excavations of hunter-gatherer sites of previous or the contemporary time. So we have very little clear, clean coded ware complexes, so they are always basically mixed. So we cannot really say that these vessels indication of, for example, short-term presence of coded ware producing people on a site that was previously occupied by hunter-gatherers, or, for example, is this an indication between exchange of things, interaction between different pottery producing populations, or are there some populations producing 2 different types of pottery? The mixed complexes are also the reason why we have a very poor understanding of the material culture of the coded ware beyond pottery, battle axes, then work axes, and a few other items usually then deposited in burials. So our picture of coded ware presence is largely based on ceramics, as well as thousands of battle axes spread all through this area. But as I said, we have a very few clean, proper complexes of coded ware, but we do have them. And if normally the coded ware sites are ephemeral, like with thin cultural layers, if we can even separate coded ware cultural layer, we do have a few places where we do have a very thick, good deposits, long-term used sites, also with the clear stationary settlement structures, pit houses, sunken floors. These are found from Lithuania, Estonia, and Finland. None known presently in Latvia, but Latvia is a bit special case. It's a bit empty spot anyway in the distribution of coded ware in the Eastern Baltic. Also return to that later. So we also have a very substantial dwelling constructions, and this is something that our colleague Teemu Mökkönen, he made a review of the coded ware houses published last year, where he also saw some resemblances and draw some parallels between coded ware houses and the contemporaries or preceding hunter-gatherer dwellings, especially in the sense of structure and organizing these pit houses or sunken floors. What else can be said about the settlement? We can say that even though the coded ware finds are often on the hunter-gatherer sites, as I said in the beginning, we have this constantly ongoing land uplift. Hunter-gatherer sites are shore-bound. They are almost always connected to water. They are on the shore, meaning that over time these shoreline locations, they raise up away from the immediate shoreline. So it might be that when the corded ware was present at the site, these places most likely were already not shore connected. And this is a nice modeling study done by the Estonian colleagues Karel Sikk and others 2 years ago, showing that the distribution of corded ware sites in this depicts the distance from the shoreline has much more variation than any of the preceding stages. So meaning that the corded ware people had much more much more places to go in the landscape because they are so not tied to the water. But at the same time, we can also see that they tend to find different kind of places, more elevated places, still close to wetlands, which has been a strong indirect indication presented in favor of that the corded ware populations practiced maybe not agriculture, but at least animal husbandry, because this has been a long-standing problem in the Eastern Baltic. In the lack of other evidence, the placement of settlement sites has been one of the key points to defend this animal herding hypothesis. But still, be it as it may, we also have then corded ware sites in pure settings that you would imagine for hunter-gatherer sites. We have corded ware on the shores, we have corded ware in the archipelago of Finland, we have corded ware in the big Estonian islands in a fully marine settings. So we have really like two different signals coming from also from this from the placing of the settlement sites. So yeah, so the problem, as I said, there has been a long-standing argument between people. It's been mostly based on their opinion that did corded ware practice producing economy or not, because we have had very few direct evidence. The few evidence we have had are few bone artifacts from the burials, which are of domestic animals. But at the same time, we have bone artifacts in the Baltic States burials, which are also made from wild species. So this is also, again, showing this bipolarity. But even then, accepting the presence of animal herding, the evidence of cultivation is still not there. We have some macrofossil studies made, and all of those have showed only wild species, berries, hazelnut, and so forth. Although I have to say that this lack of macrofossils cannot really still be used as an evidence against the missing of agriculture, because we have so few studies that that already explains that if you don't have studies, of course you cannot have the macrofossil evidence either. So this definitely is a thing that needs more attention in the future. But also from the refuse fauna, we can also say for sure that they did exploit partly the same wild fauna as the preceding hunter-gatherers in the region. Now, recently, biomarker and isotope analysis have really shown that yes, they did practice animal herding. That's basically beyond doubt now in the Eastern Baltic area. We have dairy lipids, we have radiocarbon dates of domesticates that clearly go into the corded ware time and partly also to the very, very early part of it, or the earlier part of it. So there is no question about it. But at the same time, we have, for example, there is this upper left burial from this is these two green dots connected by a line. They are from the same individual, showing that the person had a shift in diet during the lifetime, being born in having a very completely terrestrial diet, but over the years shifted into mixed diet, including much more aquatic components. And then going to the burials. Yesterday and today we heard already many times that in Netherlands, southern Scandinavia, there are problems with the preservation, especially in the northern part of Eastern Baltic. In Finland, this is taken to the extreme because we have nothing left. We have zero preservation of organic material, meaning that any organics which is not burned or in waterlogged conditions doesn't preserve. So we have and it's partly this central image here. This is from northern Estonia. So there are also regions where the bones just don't preserve. So we have just the pits and the artifacts, which means, yeah, that we have a very big problems in reconstructing the details of the burials, and then not to speak that there is no chance presently for any kind of bioarchaeological studies. What is another problem is that if you think that we have more than or around 500 find spots which we can classify as settlements in a broad sense of the term, we have maybe 70, 80 burials known from whole the region. And even of this, only a handful has been actually archaeologically excavated. I would say like 90% of these have been found in connection to other land use. They have already been partly destroyed or completely destroyed, and archaeologists has been just collecting the material. We have some publications showing, for example, this is Selgas in Latvia, showing a nice reconstruction of the burial. But if you go, this is presented as it is in a publication. If you go to the report, you can read from there that this is actually a reconstruction drawn afterwards, a few years later, based on the oral information given by the landowner who found the stuff while digging a well. So archaeologists then later went and dug from the surroundings and find some of these grave goods, but actually how they were placed and what is the position of this adult woman and a child, it's just based on what has been told afterwards. And the small amount of material, bad preservation, poor documentation, means that actually we cannot confidently at the time, for example, still verify the existence of gendered burial practices in the Eastern Baltic, or how they went, placement of the grave goods, orientation of the burials. All this is just full speculation based on very small material. And the grave goods, we also have a regional variation. We have the battle axes, we have the working axes, we have the ceramics, especially in the north, in the Baltic states. Pottery is very rare in the burials. In Finland, it's the most common grave goods, so there is a lot of variation between the regions. Then there is also a phenomena which is separating Eastern Baltic burials from much of Europe. We have no barrows, none at all. Also very little evidence of any kind of internal structures of the burials. Instead, many of the burials are made to very small pits following the dimensions of the body, which is a thing that is very common for the hunter-gatherer burials. Also, some placement of the vessels and things are being interpreted as a hunter-gatherer influence on this burial practice. Another noteworthy thing is that we have two places where there are more than one, two, or three burials. We don't have cemeteries. And the burials are often placed nearby or at the settlement sites, which is again feature that connects with the previous hunter-gatherer ways. And Volker and our colleague Maria Ahola, they published a few years ago a paper on Finnish corded ware burials, concluding that actually the Finnish corded ware burials show to some extent some syncretic features, potentially mixing with the hunter-gatherers. So then, zooming out, we can, yes, see, as was earlier today shown, that the introduction of corded ware to this area also means new genetic ancestry. But what comes to the demography, population dynamics, or relationships between these different human groups, we have no idea. This material we have has been read and interpreted in very many different ways from the same material. All these conclusions have been drawn. So we have this theory that the incomers replace the hunter-gatherers through violence, disease, or then by withdrawal of the populations. The problem is that, for example, we have no evidence of this kind of violence that Anna just showed. We have nothing of that kind. Then we have this coexistence hypothesis. Either it was equal and peaceful because they used different resources, they could live in the same area, or then corded ware maybe established itself as some kind of a superstructure on top of these, or then the full assimilation of population one way or the other, like corded ware people assimilating to hunter-gatherers or vice versa. But it's really difficult to verify any of these still as the matters stand. One one indication of mixing has, of course, been material culture. We have some battle axes, for example, termed as imitations or even barbaric imitations. But this is also a question where you draw the line, how normative you want to keep your definition of coded wear culture, especially in such a contact area. So what is coded wear, what is not coded wear? That's, again, a thing that different researchers disagree. We do have indications, for example, in Estonia, some features in pottery which can be find parallels in the contemporary hunter-gatherer wares. If it's a straight borrowing or mixing of population, cannot be said. We have something else, some other artifact types found in coded wear context which bear very strong resemblance to the same time hunter-gatherer artifacts, but in all of these examples, they are all regional. They are all, you can find them in one area or the other, but there's nothing that we can really see uniting this whole territory. So to conclude, what can be said? We can see that when coded wear comes to this area, it transforms a lot. For example, this changes in subsistence, we can quite confidently say that a big part of that was because of the natural environment, because this environment is not just very good for this incipient or primitive food production. But then, as I've shown, there are also many indications of mixing of traditions. Also, what comes to the different coded wear, like different coded wares, like traditionally said Finnish, Estonian, and so forth. Yeah, we do see that the sea is, in some sense, dividing. We have different looking material culture in different parts of the Baltic Sea, but at the same time, this is a study by our colleagues a few years ago showing, based on geochemistry, that there is also quite a lot of connections across the Baltic Sea. We can see it also in material culture, for example, the Eastern Gulf of Finland, Southern Finland, Estonia, very closely connected in terms of similar artifacts. At the same time, we have a very interesting border emerging here. So River Daugava, as in many other times in prehistory, it seems to be a very big border also during coded wear. So coded wear of Lithuania, southern Latvia is quite different from what is then further north in the Baltic states. So we have a quite clear line there. Is this artifact of this what happens within the coded wear, or does this actually reflect the previous differences already in the cultural background? Remains to be seen. Then in terms of relationships with the hunter-gatherers, we can see that, for example, here we have a quite strict border. It's if we would plot the contemporaneous asbestos wear using groups, we would see their settlement sites going like here, and the leaking comes through these ends. So at the same time, we have some sort of border here. We have quite a lot of indications of mixing of traditions and communication in the end areas. Also, Eastern Gulf of Finland area is very heavily, seems to be an interaction zone. At the same time, we can see, for example, southwestern Finland or inner Estonia, there are areas where we have evidence of the presence of both hunter-gatherer groups and coded wear groups simultaneously, so some sort of side-by-side living is taking place there. Then what happens afterwards? All through the third millennium, towards the end, we see a constant increase in or reappearance of hunter-gatherer features all over the area. So it seems that is it then the environment, climatic decline, or the pressure from surrounding areas that kind of breaks the kind of coherence of the coded wear features, and it starts to break into even more regional phenomena, picking up more hunter-gatherer features, or do we just see the kind of failure of this coded wear way of life, either leaving, perishing, or fully adapting to the hunter-gatherer lifestyle? The problem is that, as I said, after 2500, especially towards the end of the third millennium, while we still have, for example, here very late dates for coded wear, in general, the material culture and the human presence in the area seems to decline. Is it the really true population? Is it something happening with the use of material culture we cannot explain? But in many areas we might have centuries long, even half a millennia and longer, like kind of empty period in the end of Stone Age, and then what emerges after that early Bronze Age, that is a completely different world. And it's not clear what is the contribution of these late Stone Age societies into this new world, because we clearly see also then genetic and cultural input both from the East and from the West. So, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Kirko. And now, please, questions, comments.
Yes, Nils Johansson. Thank you very much. I was wondering about these houses with the sunken floors. That you say that potentially some continuing structural tradition. I mean, from the earlier existing groups in the area. What kind of dates do you have? Because are they from the beginning of the quarterware, or do you know that, or are they?
We for these this goes to, it's a bit strange structure, 2 times 4 meters, but it's not the only one. Very deep, very small. This one goes around mid-3rd millennium. This one might go a bit earlier, but they are not from the very end. They are like, no, it's the same thing, that they seem to cluster in the same part of this mid-millennium.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. I have a question about the continuity question that you raised at the end. So I'm part of the new genetic study with Hugh McCall on Germanic languages, and one of the new discoveries was that you see a late Neolithic intrusion from the east into Sweden. You see in late Neolithic passage graves that some individuals have strontium values that point to maybe Finland, and there are the third type pottery some people have connected with the Kiyukais culture.
Yeah.
And this seems to suggest that also genetically there was some kind of continuation of the local cordware that then moved to Sweden. Is this, what would you, does this make sense to you, or is this just completely out of?
Yeah, there is, most likely there is a continuation to hunter-gatherer population, because as I've understood, like the Eastern Baltic is still the area with the most hunter-gatherer ancestry in the population. And as I said, that we have this huge regional variation, and this Kiyukainen is a thing that's actually here, and it's very marine oriented. It is like oriented towards this like a central Baltic Sea area. So that having this kind of communication and influence to the Sweden it makes completely sense. Yeah.
Thank you. And the last question or comment. Okay, thank you, Kirko. And now, Albert Hafner. Insights from the Alpine periphery. So the floor is yours.
How does it work here? Okay, great. Yeah. Dear colleagues, thank you first for inviting me to speak here. And we move now from the total northern Baltic periphery to the Alpine periphery in the southwest of the realm of Corded Ware. So it's a total different situation, and I think these two presentations fit quite well at the end of this session. So I will give a short introduction on Switzerland and the situation around before I go on a short research history, and I will speak about some graves, because we have really very few graves. That's the probably biggest distinction, that we have a Corded Ware area with nearly no graves, but settlements, which will be the last before I come to the conclusions. As you see, Switzerland have this appendix to this huge area that goes quite bizarre to the southwest, as if they wanted to reach Lake Geneva here, but they never reach it. It is quite distinct where we can find the last shards of, ceramics. We should not forget that going back to the Neolithization, it was a long time underestimated that we have a Mediterranean Neolithization. And when I was studying, we were always looking to the north, and all influences came from the north. But now I think we should much more consider influences from the south, the southwestern. And of course, this alpine space was not empty during these early phases of the Neolithic and the Neolithization. Also, very strong in Switzerland is the research on pile dwellings. Since nearly 200 years, they keep us busy, and the sites were let's say, for the whole development of Swiss archaeology, like the branding and everything, since 1850, when they were officially discovered, a very strong topic and always in our minds. So it was also a bit that the researchers in Switzerland, southern Germany, were in a self-sufficient bubble sometimes. And it's, let's say, the overwhelming sites here, 450 sites in Switzerland, which represent several thousand settlement phases. And of course, since 2011, these sites were elected as UNESCO World Heritage. We always thought it's mainly an alpine phenomena, but we now know it's also a Mediterranean phenomena, which are our ongoing research here in the Balkans, where we found quite old settlements dating back to 6000 BC. So this alpine phenomena, together with the southern alpine sites and Mediterraneans in central Italy, and could be also much more influenced from the south than we were previously thinking. The distribution of sites is quite different between the north and the south. We have much more sites in the north, and you see this range, 3,400, that is of interest today, is quite well presented. We have a lot of sites in this period, and what is also typical, not all centuries are equally represented. It's not linear. We have phases where we have a lot of sites, and we have phases with lesser sites, but this I will show on afterwards. Also, in this period, what is very interesting, a new work from Noah Steury, a PhD student at our institute, he showed now these chamblanc graves starting 4,800 BC, that they are crossing the Alpine ridge, that would be here. So this is the valleys, Lake Geneva, and that these sites are also in northern Italy and, let's say, in the southern Alpine sphere, which also expresses that we have much more influence from the south than we previously were thinking. Also, these sites of these chamblanc graves are now quite well dated because we invested more than 100 radiocarbon dates newly. And we always hoped that these sites would, at least in the western part, fit together with the pile dwellings. But there's a clear break here at 3,800. Indeed, the chamblanc graves stop when these lake dwellings start. Also, 4,800 BC, the emergence of these chamblanc graves is an enigmatic year or period. We have also from the site of Schniedeoch in the Bernese Alps, on nearly 3,000 meters altitude, the first objects go back to 4,800, emerging from this small ice field. And we can clearly prove that the Alps were never a barrier, but were early crossings. We have also indications of early pasture in the high mountains from this period. And we can say that even in the small lakes, where we have the lake dwellings starting with these dense proofs and many sites, each line is a site, around 3,800, but we have also first indications of a small site nearby the lake going back to 5,000 BC. That means 1,200 years more. So Also paleoecological data prove now quite well that we have early agriculture since 5000 BC, means more than 1000 years before the early lake dwellings. What we have also is a second appendix. When you look at this distribution of the dolmen graves, this could go even up to here. It's interrupted here, but in Western Switzerland we have quite a lot of dolmens. We have menhirs, and so the western part of Switzerland belongs also to this sphere of the megaliths, and the site of Oberbipp I will quickly show afterwards. What we can also say that Gallet, he was thinking the dolmens at Sion Petit Chasseur, they start around 3000, 2500, but new radiocarbon dating, not perfect ones, but showed that they even started perhaps before 3000, 3200, and that fits much better. But what we can say, there is no direct evolution from these Chamblanc graves to the dolmen graves of the megalith type. Short research history and the concept of corded ware in Switzerland. I think the battery is running out. Hans Reinhardt, he was already mentioned in Transylvania. He showed up also in Switzerland. In 1926, he made his PhD on corded ware. He presented the first shirts. He put it together with linear band ceramics. So you see in the typologic, in these first observations, and Emil Vogt, the dean of Swiss archaeology between 1930s and 1960s, also drew up these first shirts. Vogt in 1967 drew up this chronological schedule, and you see clearly, I have highlighted this with colors, what he named as a Horgenkultur was for him the end of all this fourth millennium. He did not realize that it was fourth millennium, but he saw a new population intruding, and this was followed then by Schnurkeramik and bell beakers. Vogt at that time could not put on clear dates, so absolute dates. He was not using fixed dates because this was all this typological area of the dating. Then in 1971, Christian Strahm drew up the first synthesis on the corded ware in Switzerland, and he used Schöfflisdorf, these tombs I will quickly show, and Sutz, that's a place we go further on. But in this typological phase, it was quite difficult to have a clear idea what happens. What is also important to note that between, when I speak from central Switzerland, I mostly speak of the Lake Zurich area, and western Switzerland is the Three Lakes area here in the west. The distance is quite short, but it's nevertheless a good example what we can find out. As I told, the latest Western corded ware samples and shirts come from here, from the end of Lake Neuchâtel. In 2002, I have set up this graphic for, this is central Switzerland, where we could give the sites from Horgen and Schnurkeramik styles, and we could say there's a gap of 50 years between 2780 and 2730. This is not based on radiocarbon dating, but on dendrochronological data, which are high precision data. The problem is, in this gap of 50 years, there are some sites, as we see, but these are mostly eroded sites without any relation of ceramics to data from wooden structures. So we have a sort of gap that we cannot fill, and this gap is still the same today. When we go to Western Switzerland, the gap is even a bit shorter. Within 30 years, we can distinguish between what is called Lüchert's style, that's the follower of the Horgen, and this, what we call it here, Auvergne Cordé, that is the local style with corded ware influences. So the same situation, we have eroded sites here, and we can only say within these 30 years, this change happens. What does this mean? For example, for the eastern part, this is the Horgan style, and which is clearly to detect these straight walls, very thick, rough ceramics, and then the next, after the gap, we have these typical corded ware assemblages, which are, let's say, take no trait from this previous ceramic. We don't find anything here. It's a completely new style. They change completely the style. In Western Switzerland, the situation is much more complicated. This is the Lüchertz style of ceramic, and then these are the following ones. So there is a sort of evolution, most probably new influences from the southwest, and very tiny influence from corded ware. We have some corded ware pieces, but in the Western Switzerland, they don't change the assemblages, but they just adapt in very small amount. Perhaps less than 5% of the ceramics is corded ware. Let's quickly go to the graves. There are three of them which are relevant for us. This is Oberpipp, Schöfflisdorf, and Spreitenbach. Some of them are quite old, but for example, Oberpipp is a dolmen grave. That was the first dolmen grave after 50 years that was found mostly intact, and we had a sequence of radiocarbon dating of more than these 40 commingled skeletons here, and it was clear the first phase is around 3100, 3200 BC, so the Ötzi time was bad plateau in the radiocarbon calibration, but there were some bones going to a second phase, 2900, 2700 BC. The investigation of the bioarchaeological board here, that here were no step elements, but these bones from this younger phase could not be analyzed because it was only femurs, no skulls. There was obviously a small creek going through this dolmen which washed out the upper layers, so no information on corded ware from this site beyond these data around 2700 BC. Another site is Spreitenbach near Zurich, and this is also a very special kind of inhumation. It's a sort of stone-walled big pit, and there were 12 individuals in the grave, but in crouched positions. But these 12 individuals were not a mass grave, so they were obviously put in one after the other, very careful over 1-2 generations. And from this group, we have quite good radiocarbon datings, dated around 2500 BC. And we have also here from Furtwängler et al. Quite bioarchaeological estimation. And you see they distinguish very well. So the Spreitenbach would be here. And here we have ancestry of the steppe. That's marked here. A quite clear signal that we have intrusion of new populations. But what Furtwängler et al. Wrote is, remarkably, we identified several female individuals without any detectable steppe-related ancestry up to 1,000 years after this first arrives to the region. So that could be that there were some populations, let's say perhaps alpine populations, that were not in contact with these people. Another side is what in Spreitenbach is. We have this is the material so very untypical for corded ware graves. No ceramics. The most distinguishing thing is these spindle whorls, because these show up also in Schöfflisdorf, another grave, and they show up in some settlements around Lake Zurich. These are earlier to my opinion, but these ones should be of the same age, as long we can say this by typology. Schöfflisdorf was excavated in the 19th century, in the 1910, and these are grave mounds, up to 30 grave mounds in all, and some of them have ceramics from corded ware. But we have no radiocarbon data. The excavation was done very primitively in the 1910, and so it's still an enigmatic site. That's all from the graves from Switzerland. So you see, it's not really a lot. And now we go to some settlements. In general, settlement layouts are important or are good when we have the whole settlement excavated. This is not always done. It's more or less the exception, but we have drawn up this sketch of all the sites. We should redo it, and we have an ongoing project where we'll deliver more of these settlement plans that can say something. But what we can say is, for the corded ware period, or after 3000, we have since longer the impression that we have a new kind of settlement layout. When we go again to the central Switzerland, we have here, for example, with the site of Arbon-Bleiche on Lake Constance, it's dated around 3400. These agglomerations with quite a big dispersion of sites, of buildings. The site is not completely excavated, but we can more or less see the structure. We had big hopes for Kam-Bachgraben that this settlement will deliver better data and better. It's a huge excavation, and you see here the Horgen type, let's say these three ones, they are perpendicular to the lake. They have big palisades around, so interesting feature, but not totally clear. What we can also say, the first corded ware plan from central Switzerland is a 2-row and most probably with a kind of communication axis. That is this this settlement plan that could be related to corded ware. The site of Zurich Opera, which is also a fantastic site from the stratigraphy, does not give a lot of information. We cannot, it's too complicated. We can only see there are some buildings in lines, most probably perpendicular to the shoreline, but the structure is not clearly visible. When we go to Western Switzerland, the situation is much better. That's mostly because the dendrochronology works better in the western part than in the central eastern part. That has nothing to do with the dendrochronology itself, but the material oaks are much more used in the western part than in the eastern part. What you also can say, we have some large gaps, especially after 2500, and the density of settlements is around 2,800, one of the 700, one of the highest in the whole period of between the early 4th and the Bronze Age. Most of the data is coming from these areas. We have excavated or participated to excavate it since 1988, so a long-term project with more than 40,000 square meters excavated, 30,000 dendrochronological samples, and from this area I will go on 3 of these settlement areas. Most of them are partly newly developed settlement layouts. So the typical layout around 3,800, 600 is an either 2-row or 3-row and all perpendicular to the lake. That's a tradition that can be traced back even to the 5th millennium when we take in Egoldswil sites. But let's say during the whole 4th millennium, we have this kind of settlement. There's another one, for example, Sulzlatringen-Redstation, a site that was built up in 5 years, and which is also this 2-row system of buildings. When we go on in time period, we always thought there's a gap of 200 years, and in these 200 years, we have a big change of the settlement tradition. Now we found out that the change takes place within only a few years. For example, these green houses here, 3,231 dated. This is this group. They are still perpendicular, quite big palisades around. The next settlement phase is 3,205 on, is here just adjacent with new palisades around. So we have a change of the settlement system in this site within 20 years. The same situation we have in Montpellier-Platzbünden, a site that is about 15 kilometers away as the crow flies, and this has been redated by Corina Gottardi. And we have the same situation. We have buildings 3229 BC, and these are also perpendicular. And then already 20 years later, it changed, and this settlement system with this communication axis here emerges, and again a change within 20 years. Another site from Zuidslattringen, Lake Biel, also PhD of Corina Gottardi. It's not perfectly for dendrochronology, but I think it shows quite clearly that we have the same settlement system during several centuries. It starts 3128 to 3094 with these buildings here and these side buildings, but 300 years later we are still in the same situation, and again 100 years later it's still the same. So we have a clear settlement structure that goes from Hagen time to Lüchotz's time to, let's say, the beginning of Corded Ware. When we go on, the next phase, even also in Zuidslattringen, is Zuidslattringen-Rütte, where we are then just following. This is this is, let's say, 30 years later. We have a settlement here again, one communication axe, left and right, buildings, and the youngest one. And then in this period, we are clearly in the Corded Ware, and you see the houses are all these against these communication axe, left and right oriented. So there's no change in the settlement layout from the periods before Corded Ware to full Corded Ware. Okay, I come to the conclusions. I tried to bring this a bit together, and let's say what we have, 3,200, we have still dormant graves. They are reused after 2,700, 2,800, and we have this quite bizarre grave of Spreitenbach, which does not fit into the usual Corded Ware scheme, and we have in Schöfflisdorf cremation in kind of mounds, which does not fit in as well. Further, paleogenetics says there are still some populations around that have never been in contact with steppe signals and that may speak for remote populations. Then what we can also say, around 3,400 we have surely a strong cooling event, climate impact, rising lake levels. The settlement of Zuidslattringen Reetstation did exist only for 6 years, a total uneconomic situation. We also know that there was a collapse of networks in the whole 4th millennium BC. All the flintstone are coming from the Paris Basin to this area, and that breaks together. After 3,200 we have only local resources, not anymore these long distance networks in flints. And around 2,800, we should not forget, there is new copper coming in from southern France, which may have been another influence in this region. Also the ceramics, we have this quite abrupt change around 2,725 in this gap of 50 years, and the total change from let's say these rough Hagen ceramics to the Corded Ware, and the Corded Ware is a fully established Corded Ware assemblage. Totally different in the western part, where we have this very slow intrusion of Corded Ware material, and only perhaps 5% of the pots show some Corded Ware elements. Peter Suter has recently put this together with sites of the western Switzerland again. You see it clearly here. These are the local types. They just continue until 2400 BC, and these are the Corded Ware types that are going to intrude into these assemblages. Then what we can say is we have a clear change, let's say rapid cultural change event that takes place within 20 years. The whole situation of this long-lasting tradition changed, but it does not change when the corded-ware arrives. It changed several hundred years before. So that's to explain in future. And let's say we have very different different patterns on very short distance, only 100 kilometers. And we have this rapid shift and in eastern and central Switzerland, whereas in western Switzerland, this low absorption. And for us, very astonishing is this break of the settlement tradition within a very short time, but this break happens around 3,200 in the west. We cannot say how it is in the east because the data is too bad. And what we always should keep in mind is this influence from copper from the south. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you, Albert. And now, please, questions, comments?
Hi, Anna Thornberg. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I unsurprisingly, maybe will be asking a little bit about the sculptural remains. You were mentioning that the reuse of the dolmen, that it was it only femurs, or was there other elements as well, even though there were no skulls? Because there are some new biochemical analysis that you could perform that will give you a lot of information if you have teeth. And also when it comes to femurs, the transition analysis method that I was talking about could actually give you quite good indicators only from femurs.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Yeah, we had in the beginning we had more femurs than skulls, and that was the decision to date all the femurs as well. And so it came out that we have this younger face. But indeed, there was a creek going through this dolmen, and he washed out, obviously, a part of the layers, and therefore there are really only femurs available. And also the material is very scarce from this site. It's only some arrowheads, no ceramics.
Yeah, Sven Hansen, thank you for your talk. I would like to ask, I mean, there are no burials, but this is not only significant for the corded ware, it's also the same case in later periods in the Bronze Age. We are missing also the graves. In the late Bronze Age, it's very obvious, for example. So the Swiss is strange in graves in a way.
Yeah, but therefore I showed the Chamblanc graves map, which shows clearly there are some graves.
Yeah, but also Chamblanc is something very special.
Yes, but these are hundreds of graves. So we have graveyards now, Thonon at Lake Geneva with 200 inhumations. And then there are also early Bronze Age. We have quite a lot of graves for the developed phase of the Bronze Age. Also more in the western part and not in the eastern part. It could also have to do with the relief. Or that's alpine foreland, and it could be that it's also related to bad preservation conditions. But it's an enigmatic situation. And we, as I told before, we long hoped that this Chamblanc's grave will be the graves to the pile dwellings, but they are definitely not. That's now clear. So I cannot say this, but it's really a difficult situation, and of course we would like to have more graves to the settlements, but that's not the case.
Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you.
I'd like to ask about the western frontier, basically, Lake Neuchâtel and that area. if I understand correctly, the impact of Cordet-Ware was not so strong. You have Luschertz and you have already a Corday.
Yeah.
Does it also mean that there was some kind of a local continuity in other types of artifacts than ceramic? Subsistence or whatever. I guess organic preservation is very good at these sites.
Yeah.
So how does that look? Or maybe human populations? I don't know what data you have.
What is very intriguing is that mostly of the other artifacts, they just go on. We cannot really say that there's a break, or even when Cordet-Ware comes in, there's not really a change in, let's say, X technology, handles. But these are all mostly functional things. And I think we don't know enough about this, but when we have these good conditions with a lot of antler preservation, wood preservation, then we see it. But there's no big change in it. There's nearly nothing coming in which is really new. The wheel is before, and it's not that we can say we looked at this in previous studies, that the ceramic is the most distinguished thing.
Thank you.
Volker Heid. A question about the chronology when Cordet-Ware arrives in eastern Switzerland. So 2725 is the date when they create the first houses, but is this also the date when, or approximately the time, when they arrive for the first time? Or is it the end of the Horgen sites? Does this represent the time when first Cordet-Ware arrive? Or is it even earlier?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the problem is, what is the Cordet-Ware? I mean, we can define it when we have shirts with imprints. And we don't have the graves, which could precede. But that's, let's say, a question of how we define. And if you have seen, I don't use anymore the word cultures. I use the word styles. And that means we have often these gaps, and somebody could happen in these gaps. But even when we look closer to Lake Constance, to the north, the situation is even worse. We have not better ones. And also the maps of Cordet-Ware, we should go back to maps with dots and not these huge amorph forms, because there's quite a big gap between the next graves, for example, from Taubertal, that's 200 kilometers or more. So I cannot say, but what is new for us is this rapid change of the settlement tradition around 3,200. That's totally new. We did not expect this, and we could prove this only recently.
Piotr Wodarczak. I'd like to ask about this rapid. Does it correspond? It is possible to say in economy also. Is it visible also in animal bones and paleobotanic, this break, or not?
Difficult to say. As when we go in such details, we have the difficulty that the settlements are vertical wooden elements, and then we need the layers, and quite often the layers are eroded or mixed. So it's much easier to go on the settlement level, where we have precise dating, whereas for the layers it's much more complicated. So there's a general shift around 3,200 to more use of pigs. That's the general narrative. But we have been looking on other sites, for example, around 3,400, and we saw it's not totally clear. On one side, on one lake, you can have 3 different animal management systems in settlements that are totally contemporaneous. So I think it's not clear that there's a change. Is this the answer to the question?
Thank you. Maybe next questions? Maybe questions to previous talks. We started, thank you, Albert. We started today with Quentin Bourgeois, Martin Sikora, Anna Thornberg, Kerko Nordqvist, and the last talk was that of Albert Hafner. So if you have questions or comments.
Anna Thornberg. I actually have a question for Quentin, because you were showing us these nice graphs of the C14 dates and sort of the peaks. And I was wondering, because you said something is happening at this time period. But do you have any suggestions on what's actually happening? Is it subsistence? Is it a new burial practice? Is it demography? What are we seeing here?
That's a very good question. Honestly, I don't really know. I think it's partly demographics. So I think that's one explanation that I think we could look for. I'm not sure why it's not working. Hello. Yeah, there it is. So it may be partly demographics. That might be also what we see. The peak is also caused by an increase in radiocarbon dates. So there are more burials to be found. So that might be part of it. I think what we also see is an increase in probably communication at that time. That we see also an increase in these cultural packages of information that are being shared. So I think that level of communication would probably increase at that time as well.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Laszlo Bartoszewicz again. Another question to Quentin. I really enjoyed your presentation, although I'm not a specialist in these areas or network theory. But I wonder whether amongst all the nodes you showed and various distributions, does it make any sense, or is it possible to talk about hubs or clusters with lots of connections, whether in time or space or so? How would that fit into the general interpretation? Thank you.
Yeah, whether or not we have hubs, that's partly also dependent on the geography. So that also influences whether or not specific nodes can be hubs. So they play a role in that. We haven't fully explored that. I think that is something that we are definitely going to explore in the future, to also see if there's properties in the network that change over time. So do we see an increase in connection, for example, in the 2600 time period? That is still to be explored. So we don't know that right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Guus Kroon, I have a question to you, Albert. Is there any evidence of these pre-Yamnaya or pre-step type burials continuing into the second millennium BC?
In the second millennium, I mean, the early Bronze Age graves in Switzerland have, to my opinion, quite close relations to all what is bigger before. They have the same orientation. So it could be that we can take the third and, let's say, till around 1800 BC together as one phenomenon. That would be possible just with a change of the material culture.
Okay, thank you. Maybe next. Yeah.
Hi, Erik Kroon. I have a question for Anna Thornberg. I'm not sure if you know the publication. There is an argument from Mitchley that perhaps megaliths are sort of the places to deposit people who've undergone violence. And do you think that sort of affects what you see in them?
It's quite possible, at least in some time periods, because we see quite high levels of violence both in the MNB and in the late Neolithic sample. But on the other hand, we also have a lot of individuals without trauma. So, yeah. Yes.
Thanks. Yeah, yes.
Thanks. Just a very short follow-up on the question to the to Quentin's to the radiocarbon peaks on this macro scale level. So there are different factors in play, and maybe demography, maybe change practices. But you also mentioned the calibration curve, and since you have so many nice statistical tools, could you come up with a quantification of the extent to which this is a product of the calibration curve? I'm not suggesting it's entirely, or perhaps not even maybe a product of the calibration curve, but just some sort of quantification. Since we're operating with this large number of data at this large scale, that would be immensely helpful. So that was just a wish. Thanks.
Yeah, we explored this. So there are different ways to explore the effect of the calibration curve. One of those is just simulating a large number of radiocarbonates and see whether or not you see peaks or troughs in the resulting kernel density estimates based on those simulated radiocarbonates. And there are some effects, but they are not that big. So they don't have that big of an influence on the pattern. And overall, for this entire third millennium, it's relatively flat, which means that if you would have a random sample of radiocarbonates, you wouldn't see any effect of the radiocarbon curve, which means that if you have a selection from the archaeological record, it shouldn't show up either. Yeah.
Yeah, Volker Heid again. I have a question for Kerko and for Martin together, and that's the question about Fadjanovo. Both were mentioned briefly, or at least in the graphs it showed up, but where does Fadjanovo actually stems from? Is it a descendant of the Eastern Baltic, or is it rather something like Sark et al. Argued for, that it comes via Middle Dnieper culture, or more of a southern road? Can you say that based on ADNA and archaeology, maybe?
Yeah, I think with the recent methods, we haven't looked at yet at sort of more proximal models for the Fadjanovo, but you can see in the in the models that I was showing in the presentation that, I mean, clearly they have pretty similar profile to the early coded ware from the Baltic region, right? So there's pretty much the same high amount of that ancestry component, this little Baltic hunter-gatherer ancestry component also. I think it should certainly be possible if there would be, which I don't know if there actually exist, like samples from that region further south, then we should be able to disentangle that, I think.
Okay, thanks. Kerko?
No, just to comment, I've answered to Volker, like, it's impossible to say like directly where it came. It looks like it might have come from a couple of different directions. But if you think of the material culture and the Eastern Baltic, then I would say that the roots of the Fadjanovo are south from the Daugava. That area has more connections with the Fadjanovo material culture. Then the other question is why the burials are so different. Because when we go to Fadjanovo, then they have like internal structures and the settings of the burials are quite different from the Eastern Baltic. So that has to stem from somewhere else then.
Yes, thanks. So maybe next question, comment? Yeah.
Sorry. Thank you. I have I have a question to Quentin. To really, impressive presentation. So, okay, you have a lot of radiocarbon dates. So, and of course, there is a temptation to look to the dynamics of something. So, do you have any chronological observations about the diversity, similarity, how it's moving in time?
I have a wish list of things I would like to explore. So one of the things that we are looking, I actually didn't mention this, but what we are looking to explore is dynamic networks. So how do these networks change over time? But we simply haven't got around to that. So that is in the future Do we see over time these dyadic motifs that we are detecting? Are they changing? Do we see different motifs emerging? So we're not there yet, but it's a wish that that we have. Yeah. Okay.
So, the last opportunity. So, if not, many thanks for all talks, many thanks for all questions and comments, and as I understand, we have now time for lunch. Yeah.